And that's where I'm headed. That's where I'm headed. Like with these
That's
6 weeks,
amazing. I'm
my
right behind. I'm gonna be right behind you.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's time for me to really sharpen and fine tune like my system. You know, I mean, I've been pretty good. Like I set up something 2 years ago and haven't really touched it. But how much further could I have gone if I had continued? So I'm using the 6 weeks to kind of reignite what I was doing with my business and really expand. You know, and get extremely
Yeah.
focused. Like I want to. I'm not very. I don't really do schedules. You know, honestly, if it weren't for Thursdays and Sundays, I would not know or care what day it was or what time it was. But I need to really sit down and create a system where I can squeeze out as much work as possible, which is what I'm doing
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. That's what like I had to form for the 6 weeks. It's like, all right, if you because you gave us like the two goals and two books and all that. So if I want to be as efficient as possible, I have to like write it down between the 1008 hours of the 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Writing stuff down is a crucial part of it as well. Even though we're like really intelligent people, and it's always the first instinct to say, "Oh, I can remember this." That may be true, but there's something special about writing the stuff down. Number one, you're adding the kinesthetic memory to it, and for me, number two, when I look back over my notes, it triggers the state that I was in when I wrote those notes, and that's how
Yeah.
memory is state dependent. So it's not enough to just say I can remember it. Memory is more complicated than we think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've definitely been finding too. Like I've been writing notes like fucking nuts lately. And I've been able to retain the knowledge way more. Like now it's like, all right, I see the benefit in writing it out, and now I'm just writing everything. Like I literally just got stacks of papers, and it's just from the past like 2 weeks.
Stacks from the 2 weeks. You need to get you a big ass folder, man, or some kind of cabinet or
I
something.
have, I mean, I have a, yeah, I have, yeah. I just need to. I want to like distill the notes, like keep on kind of like distilling them and keeping the essentials, and then I'll have like a page of notes, pages of notes, but they're like the key elements of what I've been working on. And then like that's what I'm gonna take to like formulate the thesis, like my thesis, basically.
Okay.
Like I definitely think it's gonna be a couple of years, but it's fucking exciting. Like, oh man. Yeah.
I take a lot of notes too. And one of the things that I'm doing new now that I didn't do before is that the next day that I start, I review everything that I wrote and start from there. What I used to do was I used to just take notes and then forget about them. But when I'm trying out a lot of new things now so I can really improve my workflow. So one of the things I'm trying is I'm taking my notes and then I, go to sleep the next day. I go back into those notes, do that first, and then get started. I'm finding it's helping so far.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
I think it works because like a book is a long continual thing. Like the person that wrote it, they had in their head like this long story. But for us reading, it's like we read pieces and then do our daily stuff, then read pieces and do our daily stuff. But my theory is that if I pick up from where I left off, it can be as continual as possible. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like all one thing.
Yeah.
And I like to collect all these different tips, tricks, and strategies that I'm doing into some kind of focus bundle that I can teach also.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna finish. One of the goals I'm gonna add. I just thought of it right now because you said that is that the Jim Quick's course because I bought it a long ass time ago. The like read 50% faster or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I just never. I never. I I didn't like that you had to wait for every day. You had to wait for the lesson to unlock. So I was like, fuck it. I'm just gonna wait until they all unlock so I can just do it all at once.
Oh man,
But then that didn't happen.
we like to skip ahead. Not really skip
Yeah.
ahead, but just rush. Not rush, but dig in and go through it.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Yeah, I felt the same way. I have his focus course, bro. And it's like you have to do it for 30 days, each one each day. And it's like, bro, I need more stuff to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not realizing that that's the way these are people who are already the experts at focus. So they clearly did it for a reason. No, we know better than them. I need more shit.
I think that's the reason too to like to develop focus. It's not about, I don't think it's about like that doing a lot. It's about that consistency of it being every day.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the big part. The consistency of doing it every day. Because we're dealing with loops, patterns, and cycles. This whole reality is based on that.
Trav, this sober thing's been messing up my sleep, man. Like, I haven't gotten good sleep at all this week. Not once. Not once. Like, I only been sleeping like, I will fall asleep around 11 because I would have to do this whole week. I've been having to wake up around like 7 o'clock to do something. I would fall asleep around 11. I'm waking up at 2. I would fall asleep at 9 o'clock. I wake up at 12 this whole week. And it's been past 72 hours.
Yo, were those the exact times? Because that shit happened to me a couple days ago.
Yeah, those are the exact times, bro. It's only between once it was 12. The other times it's mainly between 2 and 3. And I'm up for the rest of the night. And I'm just like, I meditate as soon as I get up, and I'm just like doing studying and reading. You know, I started taught with shooting, and I have to get hatha yoga and all this other stuff so I can understand taught with shooting on a deeper level, because that's what it says in the book. But you know, continuing just reading the yoga sutras and stuff like that, and just getting deeper into my meditation practices. Well, self-analyzation until I reach that meditation practice through Tat Washuddhi, of course. Perfect purification, basically. But I feel like it's messing up my retention of reading because I'm not sleeping correctly, you know?
Is that a proven thing? Is that a fact?
I said I feel like, so I'm trying to figure that out, because maybe my senses or
is it
the clear-mindedness is coming back because of me stopping, you know? But yeah, it's hard to explain. But one thing is, I would say this: ever since I stopped and I got sober, my practices has been a lot more consistent. Consistency is not hard anymore for me. Like it's just there. Like I took away a lot of the stuff. I want to delete Instagram again, because that's the next thing, and stay off of YouTube and only come on the group when I need to talk. Well, not when I need to talk, but when, you know, we're having the study sessions and stuff like that. But I don't know. Another side of me is trying to be open too. That's why, like, sometimes I might ask, you know, some of y'all questions or in the Instagram, because like I might be going through something. I don't like to open up fully of what I'm going through, but I'm just trying to look for advice. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to keep that door open. But I know, like, the consistency thing it's not that hard for me no more, because I'm taking away a lot of this stuff too. So like there's nothing else for me to do, you know?
I wonder what is the benefit of requiring less sleep, especially since you don't have these other things in your system.
More time to do things.
You know, the body regulates itself. We don't really control our sleep. I don't think many of us are at that level where we control our sleep. It kind of does its own thing. So I wonder what the body is trying to tell you when it is telling you that it doesn't require as much rest.
So basically, I have things going on, right? And for the next few months, I'm gonna have to wake up early and stuff like that. So I guess I just have to adjust to it, because it's like as soon as I'm done with that thing, I go and fall asleep right after. And then I'm back up around like 6, 7 o'clock, back to like studying, back to me focusing on trading and studying and also, mostly I actually been studying more spiritual stuff than continuing the trading because I get it now. But it seems like the more I focus on the yogas, I get better at my trading. Like I have more control over what the results I'm getting with trading. But yeah.
I don't see a problem. But
I think
do
I'm
see a
just not
change.
used to this. I'm not used to this, man. I'm used to like fully getting 5 to 6 hours of sleep all at one time. I'm not used to the split of the sleep hours. So maybe that's what it is. And I just need to learn to adapt to it and figure out strategies to keep me up.
Why do you need to stay up?
Huh?
Why do you need to stay up? I thought the issue was that you weren't getting enough sleep.
Yeah, but I told you I have things to do in the morning. So like me having to be up at 7, but I'm waking up at 2, and then I'm like, and then after that, you know what I'm saying? It messes up what I have to do at 7 all the way to 3:30.
Because you're getting tired earlier?
Yeah. And my attention isn't fully there. And I'm trying to practice godlike attention towards everything that I do. So
When do you go to sleep?
man, but I never really had a schedule, but I always try my best to like, at least like now I'm trying my best to go to sleep around like 11, or like the other day, I thought if I fell asleep at 9 o'clock, I would at least fully sleep. Nah, man. So like lately I just been falling asleep around like 11, 11:30, 12, and I'm still waking up 2 hours, 3 hours later.
You know, it's a good way to reset your sleep schedule.
How?
Skipping sleep for a day, staying up for an extra day, make that sacrifice, and then go to sleep when you want to. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I have so much work to do throughout the day. That's like,
Well, look, you're gonna have to do something, or else you're gonna be on this schedule that you're currently on.
yeah.
I know for me, like, say if I've got something to do in the morning, and my schedule is me sleeping through the day, and I've got to readjust so I can go to sleep at a proper time. Really, the best way for me to do that is like the day before, 2 days before, I stay up all the way through an extra day, so that I'm so tired that I can go to sleep whenever I want to, and then I go to sleep when I want to.
You never get afraid that you're gonna get so deep into sleep that you might miss out on the things that you need to do.
Yes, that's why I said a day or two before.
Yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah. But one thing about the practices that I realized these past few months, my mom sent me a text today out of nowhere, which was very beautiful. It's crazy. But she was like, you came a long way. Our relationship has been the best because of you. You made it happen. You give yourself some credit. I'm not that easy to work with. You're a great man. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'm like, yo, that's the first time my mom ever, you know what I'm saying? So like,
That's awesome.
just for the people that I love to actually recognize that, like, all I try to do is love them, or try to bring peace to them, try to make their life easier. I think that was very pleasing to me because, man, mentally, I've been like, it's like I've been listening to the mind, but not fully accepting everything that it's saying because I know I'm not the body and I know it's just the things that I have to deal with and overcome. But, bro, sometimes that stuff is not easy to always listen to, definitely. When it's like, like I knew deep down inside, I always have a big heart for people, I always have a big heart for people, but it just gets, yeah, maybe
That's
it's,
really nice.
my karma that has to play out, people not treating me a certain way and stuff. So I don't know.
What triggered that text? What do you think?
We were just talking about some stuff, and I like I huh. I think I was just talking to her about like my kid, talking to her about, you know, the difficulties I have in relationships and stuff. And me saying, you know, I think I messed up a lot of the relationships, like family wise or anything, like just because I'm too honest or I don't know, or people just, I always believe people can't just accept themselves. So they will try to manipulate me to make me feel like, nah, you're wrong, you're judgmental, you're this, you're that. When I'm just, no, I'm just being honest. I'm not even trying to come from a judgmental way, because if I was judgmental, I just would not mess with you. You know what I'm saying? I would just point fingers and say, I don't want to mess with you, but I still love you, you know? So and this is with a lot of people, but I don't know. So I guess she, for the first time, actually gave me advice. Like, that's, bro, I was like, yo, in my mind, I was like, yo, this is all I ever wanted from you in my life. Like, you actually, you know, and then she said something like, she's like, one thing that actually was like true information. At nature, we're always by ourselves. And I was like, yo, I love that.
At nature, you know? We're always by ourselves.
Yeah. But yeah, that's man, good. Getting sober, these emotions popped up even more. I thought I was doing work while while being non-sober. Nah, man. Like now it's like holding it for a longer time. A lot of things are just popping up out of nowhere. And I'm having to face them straightforward. What'd you say?
So that always seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Oh, good. That's good to hear. Progress. Results that are actually measurable.
I mean, I have progress to talk about a lot more time, but it's just, once again, I don't like to, we're in front of a crowd, you know what I'm saying? One-on-one, easily, I could talk, you know? But yeah. Because I know, like, sometimes I come in here and I might, you know, say, like, always talk about small stuff that doesn't matter and stuff like that. You know, sometimes I do have deeper things to talk about, but I get a certain way in front of crowds of people, even though, you know, they're not here, but.
You all aren't here.
You guys are here, but you guys are here.
Malik Sut Anu 888. Greetings.
The Yoga Sutras got some NLP in there, though. Puntanjali was talking about the 4 keys, man. And he was saying something about there's ways to deal with people. There's compassion for the virtuous, indifference for the wicked. Okay, so he talks about sukha, dukkha, punya, and apunya. The happy people, unhappy people, the virtuous and wicked.
What page is that?
51. When you see happy people, use the friendliness key. Why Patanjali says this? Because even 4,000 years ago, there must have been people who were not happy at seeing others happy. It's still the same way. Some people drive up in the big car, park in front of the huge home and get out. Some other people are standing on the pavement in the hot sun getting tired. How many of those people will be happy? Not many. They will be saying, see that big car? Those people are sucking the blood out of the laborers. We come across people like that. They are always jealous. Remember that dude I was telling you about before? Oh yeah, if they're famous and rich and a rapper, they got messed up in the booties. Like, come on, man. Not many. Oh wait, hold on. When a person gets name, fame, or high position, they try to criticize that person. Oh, don't you know that person's brother is so and so? Some strings must have been pulled. They will never admit the person might have gone up by his or own merit. By that jealousy, you will not disturb the other person but disturb your own serenity. Those people simply got out the car and walked into the house, but you are burning up inside. Instead, think of such fortunate people. Oh, if everyone was like that, how happy the world would be. May God bless everybody to have such comfort. I will also get that one day. Make those people your friends. That response is missed in many cases, not only between individuals, but even among nations. When some nation is prospering, the neighboring country is jealous of it and wants to ruin its economy. So we should always have the key of friendliness when we see happy people. That's the first one. And what's the next lock? The unhappy people. Well, Swami said people have their own karma. They must have done something wretched, some wretched thing in their past, in their last birth. What he say? What did shoot? The one dude that we all went to, the occult dude. F the people. He always says F the people. It's focus on your but
Brother Panic.
yeah, basically. Was let them suffer. That should not be our attitude. Maybe they are suffering from previous bad karma, but we should have compassion. If you can lend a helping hand, do it. If you can share half of your loaf, share it. Be merciful always. By doing that, you will retain the peace and poise of your mind. Remember, our goal is to keep the serenity of our minds, whether our mercy is going to help others or not. By our own feeling of mercy, at least we are helped. Then comes the third key, the third kind, the virtuous people. When you see virtuous people, feel delighted. Oh, how great they be. I mean, how great they are. They must be my heroes. I should imitate their great qualities. Don't envy them. Don't try to pull them down. Appreciate the virtuous qualities in them and try to cultivate them in your own life. And lastly, the wicked. We come across wicked people sometimes. We can't deny that. So what should be our attitude? Indifference. Well, some people are like that. Probably I was like that yesterday. Am I not a better person now? They will probably be all right tomorrow. Don't try to advise such people because wicked people seldom take advice. If you try to advise them, you will lose your peace. That's crazy. You try to advise somebody else and you lose your peace. I
How about
remember.
don't try to advise such people because the wicked seldom take advice. That's another justification why it's not very smart to try to save the world. Because most of these people that's caught up in their bullshit are literally caught up in their bullshit. They can't see anything else. Let them do their thing. Fuck them. I like that line.
For me, the when I mean like the be merciful, I think I was more saying like the people that are trying. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like some people, like I've had dealt with people where I was trying and they thought I was faking. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm sitting here really trying. I'm sitting here really asking for advice. And this is like in past groups that I've dealt with. I'm really sitting here trying to ask for advice, and I'm just like, oh, okay, but I just know they're like somebody else would be like, yo, they're talking about you behind your back. I'm just like, really? Like I gave nothing but respect. So I don't know. I think that's why I took that a little more personal, the be merciful part.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's unfortunate. I mean, and that shows deficiencies in other levels as well. You know, who has time to sit here and talk shit about the people that they keep company with? I don't have time for that. I got stuff to
Yeah.
do. I got goals to reach. I don't have time to sit here and talk shit about somebody.
I so that's how I started learning about fake gurus and all that stuff. So, But and there was another story. This guy basically, um, he went to he was saying like how he has to feed his family and stuff like that. So he was trying to rob a Swami. He basically goes up to the Swami. He's like, hey, what do you have in your pockets? Oh, I don't even have pockets, sir. What a wretched man. I never seen a man with nothing. You must give something. Otherwise, I won't spare your life. Then Narada said, all right, I will try to get something for you. But don't you think it's a sin to harm innocent people? Oh, you Swamis talk a lot about sin. You have no other business, but I have to maintain my wife, children, and my house. If I just sit and think of virtue, or our tummies are not going to be satisfied. I have to get money somehow by hook or crook. Well, all right, do it. If that's your policy, I don't mind. But you say that you must feed your wife and children by hook or crook. You should know that it is a sin and you will have to face the reactions of it. Well, I don't bother about that. You may not bother, but since you are committing sins to provide for your wife and children, you better ask them whether they are willing to share the reactions of the sins also. I was like, ooh, undoubtedly they will. My wife always says we are one, and my children love me like anything. So naturally, all I do for their sake will be shared by them. Well, maybe so, but don't just tell me. Go find out some. Fast forward a little bit. So he ran to the house and said, hey, this man asked me a funny question just now. He says that I am committing sins, and certainly there is no doubt about that, but I am doing it for your sake. When you take a share of the food, will you take a share of my sin? Take a share of the sin also. The wife answered, it is your duty as a husband and father to maintain us. It is immaterial to us how you do it. We are not responsible. We didn't ask you to commit sins. You could do some proper work to bring us food. Anyway, that's your business and your duty. We are not going to bother whether it's right or wrong. We won't take a share of your sins. My God, my beloved children, how about you? As mommy says, Dad, what a dirty family. I thought you were going to I thought you were going to share everything with me. You're going to share only the food and nothing else. I don't even want to see your faces. He ran back and fell at Narada's feet. Swami, you've opened my eyes. What am I to do now? Well, you have committed a lot of sins. You have to purge them all out. You have to purge them all. Please tell me some way. So Narada gave Valmiki mantra initiation. All right, can you repeat Rama Rama? What's that? I never heard it. I'm just an illiterate person. I can't repeat it. Can you give me something easier? Oh, what a pity. Oh, what a pity. Let's see. Look at this. Here, he pointed at a tree. What is it? It's Mara, which means tree. All right, can you repeat it? Sure. That's easy. Fine. Sit in the quiet place and just repeat it. Mara, Mara, Mara. Is that all that will save me from all my sins? Certainly. Well, sir, you have already enlightened me quite a lot. Blah, blah, blah. So as he was repeating it, Mara, 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 it started turning into Rama, Rama, Rama. And then he basically says, like, how the fact that he concentrated on the mantra, he forgot everything else and all his sins slowly to dry up. So he was basically trying to say, like, you don't need to fight your habits. Just don't focus on the habits, and don't give the habits focus.
Sounds like a powerful lesson. Indeed, I would certainly apply that to your sleep issue. You already have the answer. Now go do it. What up, Grace?
What up? How are you?
Juicy.
Awesome.
I got my smoothie and all.
Nice. So what's happening? I feel like I've missed so much. The little snippets here and there I've caught.
It's a stream full of water. You can't miss it because it's all water.
True.
As long as you're in it, you get a sip.
I got a sip.
Curve, I would certainly apply that to your sleep issue. That last part that you said about focusing on the problem and how that doesn't solve it. How that doesn't
I tried that. Well, this morning, last night, I just sat there. I like first I meditated, and then I just laid back down and I was trying to mantra myself back to sleep. But I was like, okay, maybe I just need to be up. So
Not necessarily that exact solution, but the premise behind that solution that you said. I don't know if you read that last part or if that was something that you said yourself.
what, the not focus on the problem?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just put it into my own words. He kind of went a little deeper into it.
Yeah, I would think about that part in reference to your situation. Because I mean, really, that's the solution for all problems. Problems are only problems because we think they're problems.
True.
Yeah, I said it.
Okay,
I mean,
okay. The fact that I'm thinking it's a problem, I'm magnifying it myself. I get what you're saying.
I don't have no damn problems. Even beyond just wording it differently, even beyond just saying, "Oh, it's a challenge. Oh, it's an ailment." Even beyond that, like, it's not a problem. Life is what it is. So the first step is to see things clearly, see life as it is. Only then can we do anything about it. The first step is a restructuring of how we visualize it, how we conceptualize it. The next step is to see what we want it to be and believe that. And that vision has got to be greater than what we're currently seeing. Meaning we can see what's going on, but what I've got in my head, I see that even clearer. And then constructing a plan to get there. And sometimes if we don't have a plan, focusing on that constructed image long enough will create the plan itself. That's why the end is always, that's why we start with the vision. Without a vision, my people perish. In the Bible, it says.
Yeah. And I'm starting to I guess accept that, because like even when I got into my own chart, I guess it is true. Like my Mercury is debilitated, so like when that happened, it makes it hard to see stuff clearly, you know. And that's why like I try to my best to ask questions, even though I don't, because of the moon in the 12th house. I'm just trying to work through this karma, and I'm doing it diligently now. So I'm gonna see what happens in the next few months. But I truly want to get to that point where I could just take on this information and just understand it myself. You know what I'm saying? I go through a lot of like mental stuff.
In the chat, Janelle777 says, the paradox is when you stop focusing on it, changes. There's a quote. When you keep stating your problem, it's like you're waging war against yourself.
Curve, what's your Mercury in? Pisces?
Yeah, Mercury's in Ravati, man. Yeah, it's in Pisces in the eighth. It's in the 8th house, right next to Mars.
I mean, Albert Einstein had a Mercury in Pisces also.
Yeah.
And like he's so like a debilitated Mercury doesn't always mean what we think it to mean. Because I mean, Albert Einstein would in today's world is one of the like he's a genius.
But wouldn't the 4th house also? And I agree with you 100%. I'm just asking, wouldn't the 4th house also deal with the mind, right? And affect how the mind is?
Like
Because I have Rahu in the 4th house in Vishaka, which is Rahu debilitated in that sign too.
I mean, I have Rahu in the 4th, and I think I think my mind is genius.
But what nakshatra do you have in it?
I have it in Chitra.
Yeah, you see, like the dude that we were talking about earlier, Case Santi, the one that you got the reading from.
Yeah.
When he talked about Vishaka in the 4th house, basically, he's saying like how that causes like a lot of problems with the clear mind or something like that.
I mean, that makes sense because of the Scorpio being fixed water, like deep in the waters, but that also means more potential because you're deeper. And
Yeah. You see, and that's the battle I go through, bro. Because it's like one side of me is like, yeah, you know what? That means because Vishaka is the overcomer, is the achiever basically, and that's what I truly believe. But then I fall back into, is this my ego? You know what I'm saying? Am I not accepting everything for what it is now? And I think that's the next stage I'm trying to understand. It's like, when am I not accepting the forces of life, or of what is, and when I'm just trying to, do you get where I'm coming from? Like, you guys get what I'm trying to say?
I think so. I think I could see it from what you're trying to say about the, like, in terms of astrology.
Yeah. But like my mom said, I'm too hard on myself, so that's probably it too.
Would it be fair to say that you're too hard on yourself because you might be somewhat of a perfectionist?
Wanting to know the truth. I mean, if I never looked at it like that, so yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. Like, that's what even affected my trading, because at one point I was like I was raw as hell, and this is not from my own thing. I never claimed it myself, but I would have to trade in front of people, and they'll be like, "Yo, Curve, how do you master this so fast? You're so raw at this." But then, like, for like a week, my strategy kind of messed up, which you should expect it, and I psyched myself out, and I went and studied like 12 more courses, and even the people that learned from me, that like one, oh my God, this is crazy. One dude last week, bro, he turned $1,000 to 300 and something K on his live account. And this is somebody I taught. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Holy
this is
shit.
somebody I taught. He's an air sign, so he's very intellectual. He knows how to, as long as you can remove emotions from it, anybody could trade. And I truly believe that 100%. And there's even people like the courses I'm into right now, like when it comes to psychology, like most of these top traders that are in the financial banks, they talk about dealing with gurus, talking about dealing with the Vedas, and talk about dealing with the monkey mind and running from pain to pleasure, learning to just deal, because it's very simple. Trading is so easy. I believe, Trav, you can learn it in like a month, and not have to turn, and you could trade a 1 hour a day, and you can still do everything else you need to do and still make a living without even being on YouTube no more, type stuff. Like, it's that easy, bro. You don't have to have a passion for it. It's just logical. But yeah, you can see how passionate I got just now talking about it. Like, I love that shit. But yeah, I forgot what we were talking about because of my excitedness.
You being hard on yourself.
Yeah. So I believe, I psyched myself out, and even that student, he's like, "Man, Curve, you should have been a millionaire by now. You should have been a millionaire by now, but it's just you." And I'm just like, he's like, "You should have, like, you started going through courses because you're trying to find the perfect information." So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like me. All these damn courses that I bought, and I don't really need them because I already have most of what they're already talking about. Looking for that one little special nugget that no one's talked about yet. When in truth, I probably have that special nugget.
Yeah. I think for me, I'm trying to find similarities, so I know for a fact it's the truth. I think I have, I know I have trust issues, even when it comes to information. Huh?
We call that validation.
Yeah. Basically, I'm looking for validation because I have trust issues, you know? And at first it was people, but then throughout my life, having to make decisions on my own at a young age and not knowing certain things, I think I lost trust within myself. So I tend to do certain things. I have trust, but then I tend to lose it. Like self-esteem, my self-esteem could be high then low.
It's funny that you mentioned emotions there. And before that, you mentioned that this is a science that you'd have to take your emotions out of to do properly.
Yeah. That's why I'm about to dive deep into this Tawashuti. Well, first Hatha Yoga, Japana Yoga 2, and then get into the exercises for Tawashuti. I'm gonna finish reading Tawashuti, but I know I'm gonna have to go through it a second time. But I have to get through. I'm gonna listen to everything it's saying. Basically, with definitely, it's saying that you first master these other yogas before you get into Tawashuti, so you can do everything properly.
Maybe. Do it improperly first, and then when you do it properly, you can measure and see if you did it improperly the first time.
I swear, you're like the Black Saw Guru. That's not no.
Black Side Guru.
and and Amar is Saw Guru's son or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, nah. I'm truly trying to find a clear road so I can stop doing this to myself. I'm being honest, and this is why I don't like talking about it, because it's like I don't even know why, and I'm trying to figure out. Well, through these deep analyzations, I'm trying to truly figure out where it started from, so I can just deal with it. Because I know I'm an intelligent person. I know my intuition's very good. I know for a fact anything that I do put my mind into, as long as I have the passion towards it, I can achieve it. Like I've achieved a lot of things. Like I've had success in anything that I touch. I just if I feel like it's immoral, I don't do it no more. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so emotions does tend to stop me with business, like e-commerce. When I had to do drop shipping, I was making money, but I couldn't do it because then it's like I seen like the complaints it was getting, but then I'm hyping it up and I'm false promoting it. You know what I'm saying? So I stopped doing it.
That damn drop shipping. It makes
Yeah.
it real nice, boy.
Drop shipping. What else?
Amazon.
Yeah, no, I didn't touch that actually. I did affiliate marketing, but then people would message that Facebook page that I was doing it on. And they would be like, yeah, they scammed me on my money. The coach is not teaching me anything. And I'm just like, damn, I literally put my all into this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I would feel bad, bro. Like
That's that customer service. Sometimes people, they get disgruntled and they start making shit up.
Yeah, exactly.
The coach cheated me out of my money. Who are you? You never even fucking talked to me.
No, but affiliate marketing, it's not me that they talk to.
Oh, gotcha. So
yeah, so the program could be bull crap for real, but I don't know because I didn't really think it. So yeah, so that's the reason why I stopped doing that too. Like I can give advice about it, tell somebody how to become successful in it, and I think that's a part of my karma. I feel like as a teacher, or dharma is being a teacher. So a lot of these things that I do take on, I do teach people very well. But yeah,
you might have to make a separate group for internet monies.
bro, that's what I truly want to do. Definitely with the trading stuff, I want to get into the psychology. Once I master myself, I want to help people psychologically refine themselves, and so they can achieve the things that they need to achieve. Like, because I've had these issues doubting myself, and I've always kept going and pushing through, and I always overcome. So I feel like I can give that experience and teach other people. Hence why I dive deep into the astrology, so I can be like, okay, well, these people think this. I could prove it wrong. Yeah. So.
Something to think about. Oh yeah, that sounds good. I'm gonna write that down.
Wait, what you talking about? You were talking to yourself in your head?
No, I mean yeah, but no. Are you a fan of Pharrell?
Yeah. I believe he's Ashwini too.
Makes sense. Didn't he have a clothing brand?
Ice cream?
Didn't he have something else?
No, wait, that's his shoes. Billionaires Boys Club.
That's a cool name, huh?
Yeah, BBC.
That's not even what I meant. This guy here.
No, but that's what we would say in the hood. Like, yo, you got that new BBC, but now it's like, now thinking about it, it's like, whoa.
Who said this in the hood? What hood? Yo, you
We
got
talking
that
about
BBC?
$1 Billion Boys Club, man, because it was like $1 Billion Boys Club or BAPE back in like 2006.
Hey, bro, you got that BBC?
No, you got that new BBC. Chill out. Chill out.
That's a pause. That's a pause.
Yeah, that's a heavy pause, man.
Hey, bro. Oh, shit. Namaste.
But what are you about to say about him?
Well, I asked you a question, and then you gave the answer, and then you made a joke, and now we're back here. Om Trambakam Yajamahe Sugandim Pushtivaridhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanam Mrityur Mokshi Amamritat. Grace, are you still here?
I am still here.
I haven't heard a word from you since the last time I heard a word from you.
I'm carefully listening.
What you got going on lately?
I am in my class for the Pagan Path class. And what else am I doing? I feel like I'm doing a lot of things. I'm working on a program with a friend for like a healing modality program. She's a yoga teacher. She's trained in yoga for a couple years now. And we're both in the same class. We're both on that path, but we've been friends for like, I think 4 years now. And kind of doing the same thing, but not with our spiritual path. She has her own line of natural care products for like skin. So we kind of like balance each other out too, because I deal with like the gut health and all that inside. And so it's kind of like we balance each other out with that.
Okay.
So I don't know if that answered your question or not.
Absolutely. You have expressed what you've been getting into lately. I appreciate that. So I think it's your turn for the dreadful triple question, or dreadful question with the triple answer.
Oh no, what is that? I ask you a question?
Well, I might have to ask you a question.
Oh, go
You
ahead.
have to give me 3 answers to that question.
Okay. I'll do my best.
All right. So lately, there's been a big focus about focus, and also, just self-clarification, getting more done with our lives, because we're here doing stuff. We might as well do the best and get the most out of it, because otherwise we're just wasting time. So I've been asking a lot of people, and I want to ask you now, because I want to know if you could, sit where you are and really analyze life, take a look at yourself and what's important, what you got going on, and all these different things. What would you say are your top 3 values in life to you?
Okay, that's tough to narrow down to top 3, but free time, but focused free time.
Mm-hmm.
I value knowledge. Like I love learning. I love learning, but I also would like to, well, I value action, taking action, because I could be better at that.
Will those be your top three?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I didn't mean to cut you off. Like, I don't know if you were changing the last two from learning to taking action, or if you're going to add another one, or.
Well, see, I think it's changed in the last couple of years for me, and I think every couple of years it changes depending on what I'm doing in life, I guess, where I am in my in life. And
Absolutely.
so I think it has changed. It hasn't always been that, but since being in doing personal growth for the last 5 years, I could see organically how things like that have changed for me. So yeah, I could say that it's free time, but focus free time, learning and taking action with that. Like, what are you doing with that learning? I guess that's more, that explains it better.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, and I can see how they connect. I can see how they relate to each other. So basically, you said focus free time, you said learning, and you said taking action. Those would be like your top three values in life.
Yeah.
Would you say that at this point in your life, the majority of your time is spent towards those values or fueled by those values?
Majority, I would say I try to make it a majority, but with just life in general, it gets kind of put on the back burner sometimes.
Okay. Now, the way that these are set up, these three goals that you named,
Mhm.
is this kind of how you want your ideal lifestyle to look? Like, is this centered around what you want your ideal lifestyle to look, or is this more of a vehicle to more of a process?
When you say lifestyle, like what
Like,
do you, go ahead.
I guess maybe. Mhm.
I didn't hear what you said.
I mean, do you have a vision for what the next phase? Oh, do you have a vision for the next phase of your life, like where you want to be, what you're aiming towards? Like, do you have a vision of what that actually looks like?
It's getting there. It's getting clearer. I want to I want to incorporate my my love of art with my love of healing others and healing in general and servicing others in that way. And it just kind of like giving value to somebody. Like, it makes me feel good when I help somebody. It makes me feel good. That's the empathic side of me. It's the cancer I am.
Yeah.
It really makes me feel good when I see somebody else feeling better about themselves. So I want to do something in that sense with and make a living from it, and make a nice living from it, a comfortable living where, you know, I have a modest house, and but I can travel, do whatever I want, and not have to worry about anything, you know, money coming in and out. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Modest house, money coming in and out without you really having to exert too much effort or stress towards, and
Right.
also
It
some
should
kind of.
be, yeah, like it should be, not that it should be, but for me, what I'm looking for is something that is just, it flows, and it's effortless for me. It
Right.
doesn't, it's passion. It really is passion. You know, that's what I'm passionate about.
Right. And if you're passionate, then, you know, like the old cliche, then the work isn't work. It's fun.
Right. Right.
Right. I get that. And you mentioned about doing some type of healing, some type of art combined, an art form that also heals, something like that. Um, do you have any idea what that would be?
That I'm not sure. I
You
don't
don't
know
have
if the art is something that's maybe healing for me, therefore I pass it along to somebody in a different way.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, does that answer your question?
Okay, so with this question, you don't have to necessarily say if you don't want to, but do you have a pretty good idea of maybe a good three or 3 to 5 things that you're really interested in that you could do all the time? Because you talked about, we talked about passion and how it's work that you don't necessarily feel like you're working. Are there like 3 to 5 things that you do or you're interested in right now that don't take up energy or effort or make stress?
3 to 5 things. Um,
Like
you
I
know
said,
what?
you don't want to name them if you don't have to, but do you know that you have them?
I do, but that's the thing is like, this is funny. So this is something that's really funny because in this personal growth journey, I've noticed it's hard for me, or I'm getting better at it. Let's see, let's change that wording. Um, it's been challenging for me to focus on like what it is that I want. You know, some people they're like they are laser focused and they know exactly what they want. They know exactly how to get there or what they need to do to get there, and they're doing it. For me, it's like I'm everywhere and I want to do everything, and it all centers around creativity. It centers around um, helping people, and it centers around learning. I think those are the three main things that really I have my focus and have had my focus for a while now. As opposed, knowing exactly what that is what I am trying to figure that out.
You named creativity, helping people, and learning.
Yeah.
Could those be your top 3 values?
Yeah, I think they are.
Okay. And through, if with your values being creativity, helping people, and learning, maybe in your quest to achieve those values and make them a reality, maybe through that process you'll attain focused free time. You know.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
so if creativity is one of your top values, do you have channels to express that in your life?
I do. I don't do it often enough, but I do.
You don't do it often enough.
Right.
Do you know why you don't do it often enough?
Um, yeah, probably because I'm busy at being busy. And I think a lot has to do with I don't see it as because I value it. I value that. I value the creativity. And I used to be really like laser focused and set time aside for it. And I would focus on that. I would do my drawings, get into my art, and it would just time would fly by because I would just be so focused.
Mm-hmm.
And it does happen, but very rarely. I don't allow myself to do it because I think, well, should I be doing something more productive instead of this is productive for me, but maybe I don't think other people see it that way. So I devalue that a little bit, I think.
So
So
you
I
have
go ahead.
You have the psychic ability to tell if other people think that something that you do is productive.
No, I just think that.
So if it's something that you think, it may not necessarily be the reality.
It's not. And that's the thing that I'm working on, getting past that block.
So notice that I asked your 3 values first, and you
Mhm.
listed 3, and then through discussion you listed another 3, which actually sound a bit more impactful, more resonant with you.
Mhm.
Now, the first time you did mention taking action as one of your top 3,
Mhm.
but you didn't list that the second time.
Yeah.
Which you did mention that one of your obstacles was you don't spend enough time being creative because you're busy being busy.
Mhm.
So I wonder if there might be a miscommunication between these different sets of values. Maybe on the surface level, taking action is one of your values, and that may manifest as being busy, keeping busy because you want to appear productive to yourself
Mhm.
and to others. So maybe that's one of those false values. Not saying that there's nothing, not saying that it's a bad thing to take action, because absolutely you got to take action,
Mhm.
but taking action for the sake of taking action might lead to going around in circles, being
I
busy,
agree.
busy.
Yeah, I agree.
So if that's on that first set of values that you mentioned, and it also kind of sounds like it might be somewhat of an obstacle, and your next set of values was creativity, helping people, and learning.
Mhm.
Maybe one of those has to be adjusted because it sounds like it's a direct obstacle to creativity, in your words, because you said one
Mhm.
of the reasons you don't express creativity enough is because you're busy being busy. And I can see that kind of relating to the taking action as a value itself.
Right. No, that makes sense.
I just wanted to add something. The first, when you said all 3 of those, because this is something that I deal with,
Mhm.
but I creatively help people learn. That's what I do for real.
Oh, look at
Like,
that.
and I feel like if you try to mix that up, you could maybe, but yeah. Sorry, just wanted to say that.
No, that's cool.
I had that issue too. I have a Cancer moon, so I had
Mhm.
that issue too. Like I had so many goals, and I would put myself in so many places, but it wasn't until like this past year, I've kind of just focused. Um, I kind of took the things that I was most passionate about, and I just mixed them together,
Mhm.
which is spirituality and trading. But
Mhm.
trading deals with my spiritual growth in a way also. And I just feel like, if you can find something that can mix them 3 together,
Yeah.
yeah. But there's, I'm just giving a perspective. There's probably way deeper than that.
No, it's helpful. I appreciate that. Trust me.
Glad I could be of help.
Thank you.
So Grace, I asked about a clear vision of, kind of where you want to go, one of your
Mhm.
goals, or where you want to be. And that's part of this 6 weeks focus challenge that I am conducting here. And just in case anybody doesn't know, 6 week challenge, click the link that I'm about to post here in the chat. But anyways, has a lot to do with really taking time in these next 6 weeks to dig into their studies, right? And what I mean by that is choose 2 books that you want to finish, at least.
Mhm.
I'm going for 7, but choose 2 books
Wow.
that you want to choose, 2 topics or subjects, just 2, because like Grace, I know that there's a million things that we want to learn about. Choose
Mhm.
just 2 that you're going to focus on for the next 6 weeks. And then the next 2 is to choose 2 of your long-term goals and make it an absolute necessity to clarify those goals. What does it look like? What does it sound like? What does it smell like? What does it taste like? Right? How does it feel to be there? And then backtrack everything you need to do to get there. And what I mean everything to do to get there, I mean, if this is your goal, what's the immediate thing that has to happen before that? What's the immediate thing that has to happen before that? And track that bad boy all the way to where you are now. See yourself clearly at B, see yourself clearly at A, which is right here. and then fill in those gaps. I'm not saying you have to achieve the goal. I'm saying within the next 6 weeks, one of the big things is to flesh out what needs to happen to get there. Because if you don't know, you'll never get there, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't
Mhm.
happen by chance. So for us to be talking about this and for me to ask you these questions, there's a reason for it. Because that's
Mhm.
one of the things that I'm focusing on, and I'd love for everyone else here to focus on, just to kind of you know be the activity before we start the next book study.
I like that.
Yeah, because the problem, the part of the reason that I say just 2 topics is because one of the things that I've noticed with myself is that there's a million things I want to learn about all kinds of things, and I will
Mhm.
sit here and dabble a little bit, and then something else comes along, and I want to get into this too, and like in my head, I'm like, okay, I really want to learn about this, but I also want to learn about this, and that
Yeah.
limbo phase lasts for months. I
Yeah.
never realized that, holy shit, I've been thinking about what I want to do for months instead of actually doing it.
And then a month goes by and you haven't done anything.
I'm still at the point of, I want to do this and this and this and this. Which one should I go with? Right.
Yeah.
I've had books that I'm like, okay, which one should I start? Months pass and I haven't gotten into any of them, or maybe just the first couple of pages. So as a solution to that, I'm now training myself to only focus on at maybe I'm gonna try 2, and then of course I'm gonna branch it out, but 2 things at a time. 6 weeks isn't long. It's not long.
Yeah.
It's gonna pass like nothing. But
Yeah. It's not.
focused on just 2 things in those 6 weeks, look at how deep you're gonna dive. Look at how much you're gonna get done. So for you, and I know that you mentioned that there are courses and programs that you're taking right now. Those may be
Mhm.
included. I don't know, but what 2 things would you say that you would go into the next 6 weeks, topic wise?
Topic wise. I guess, well, see, that's the thing, because I've dabbled in so much. And it's like, okay, which one do I want to focus on to finish?
Yes, that's where we are,
Yeah.
but we're trying to get overcome that. So
Yeah.
how? Okay. So you got a million different things. That's another reason why I asked your values.
Mhm.
What? How many of those things line up with your values? Creativity,
I
helping
would,
people, learning.
how many of the activities that I'm currently doing, or
If I were to ask you to pick just 2 to focus on for the next
yeah.
6 weeks,
Uh,
how many of them line up with your values?
I would think the two things, how many, I think they both line up with my values, I think.
Well, let me clarify because I don't know if I'm coming
Okay.
in clear. If I were to ask like what 2 subjects you wanted to dive into,
Hmm.
um, uh, like say the yoga stuff, the mantra stuff, meditation, astrology, tarot, like all these different things.
Hmm.
Um, the courses that you mentioned, you said that which 2 are you taking again?
Well, no, it's one course. It's a year and a day. It's called a year and a day. It's a pagan path class,
That's
and
it.
you're basically learning about the different um, types of, I guess, paganism and magic,
Mm-hmm.
and energy work is one of them. So I guess one of them would be energy work. Honestly, now that I think about it, one of them definitely would be, I know for a fact, would be energy work,
Okay.
because that has a lot to do with the modality of how I want to help people through energy work and healing.
Okay. So that lines up with your values.
Yeah, that's definitely one of them. Um, the other one, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and choose it right now. And I think this would line up with, I guess it would be tarot, because I've been on that, learning that too. I took a course last year on that, and I've been kind of dabbling in it still, not deep, but just dabbling it. So that's something I think that That's education.
Okay.
That's learning something new, a new modality, I guess. So that would be fall under the education.
Right. That could also fall under the creativity aspect because tarot is an art form, if
True.
as such.
True, it is. You're right. It is an art form. So I would choose the energy work and tarot.
So you would focus on those two subjects exclusively for the next 6 weeks, not letting anything else take your attention away.
Yep, I'm gonna say it. Everybody's my witness. So everybody please call my ass out.
All right. All right. Of course, we've got the regular stuff that you got to do anyways, but as far as the study is concerned, the energy work, and you're doing that through this course and through what's recommended and advised there. And then how do you plan on digging into the tarot? What do you plan on doing to dig into that topic?
Do more of I'm pulling cards every day, but I haven't been journaling it and really really in detail with the cards, the the detail of one card, like the magician, looking at the magician card and getting into detail, and learning that.
Okay, so what about tarot are you trying to get into? Just what the cards mean, or
how to use it?
What about tarot?
Well, I want to use it in readings. I've done a couple readings, and I want to continue that. So I want to learn the most that I can about it, how I could help others through tarot readings. So tapping into, and that helps me too, to tap into the subconscious. That helps me get more in tune with my intuition. Because I've noticed since I've been pulling a card every day, and I've been cataloging it for myself. I've been, pulling a card every morning, taking a picture of it so I know that what the time and date that I did it, and then learning a couple things about it, and listening to my intuition and noticing things about, I guess, throughout my day, how that card relates to me and my day and what the message was.
Were you able to go through those videos that I sent you about the tarot the tarot course?
I haven't finished them, but they were very interesting, and I like the way he broke it down.
Yeah, those really helped me. Okay. Do you have an idea for what 2 books you'd like to read?
At least one I have. I have to figure out the other book now. But one is the Mind Light book. Remember the one I suggested to you that we were reading in my course?
Mm-hmm.
That one would definitely be one of them. I think I have a tarot book, or the one that you suggested. That's the one that I want to get. I think it's something degrees of tarot.
Yes, 78 degrees.
Yes, that one.
Okay. That one's kind of thick, but that one will definitely give you a great overview of these cards and how they fit in together with each other, and also the story of life and existence and all that magical stuff.
Yeah. Because so far that's the one book that I seem to see people mention that it's helped them, and it has a lot of info.
Cool. But yeah, having a very clarified vision of where you want to be, of where you're trying to get to, that's more important than almost anything else. Because without that vision, we really all of our actions are aimed at what, you know.
Thank you
But
for
I
that,
highly
because
recommend.
that's helped me.
You're welcome. This is something that, it's been helpful for me as well. I think we could all use a thought process in that direction, because we all want to feel like our life has purpose. We all want to feel like we're doing the right thing. How do we know that we're doing the right thing? Well, first and foremost, we've got to have some type of direction, some type of vision. And
Hmm.
with that vision, we can tell, okay, we're going in the right direction. Okay, I'm doing the right thing. But without a clear vision, we never know if we're really making progress. And that's an awful feeling, not knowing if you're making progress.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, even when it comes to working with magic, with working with demons, working with tarot or anything, like if there isn't a real goal, then what are we doing? Even learning astrology, right? There's got to be some type of goal for it. Are you using it as a tool to help people? Are you using it to
Right.
understand yourself? Like, what's the point? If there's no point, it's like you're spinning wheels. This is useful
Right.
information, but without a point, what are we doing?
Right. We're just walking around with useful info.
And is it even useful if we don't know what to do with it?
Excuse me, Red
It's
Circle
true.
owns Miami Adventures.
Speaking of astrology, hello, Kristen.
Greetings and salutations.
Peace to
Hey,
you.
Hi, Kristen.
How are you?
Good
Good.
golly.
good. How are you?
Great. Doing really well.
I love
Funny
all your
thing.
creations that you're putting up.
Thank you. Thank you. Super busy. A lot of crazy stuff going on, but keeping busy. And I have to say that I don't know. This group has significantly helped me in a plethora of ways. But for one thing that I just lost somebody that I grew up with. We've been best friends since kindergarten. And her passing, my response, people were like, well, we're caught off guard because I didn't like break out crying and the old type of old behavior, run to escaping and trying to understand, all these things. I was just like, oh, okay, well, that's sad, and what's going to happen to our kids. But there was this like, I don't know, this knowing though, I kind of had a feeling something was coming because of months before, like 3 months back, I had a dream because she was adopted. And her birth mother was a drug addict who had given her up. So I had a dream like 3 months back about her birth mother. And in the dream, her birth mother had already died. And she had came to see me and Nikki and brought a plant. She didn't speak at all, but she was like glowing. And I just got this sense that, oh, maybe her mom died, like the real mother died. So this is what I felt. So I messaged Nikki and I said, I had a dream about your birth mom. I think maybe she passed away. I don't know, but it just, I let her know and we talked about it. A month later, the mother that adopted her, who raised her and helped raise me, died all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, like freakishly. No one knew what happened. Heart attack, they say, but she was healthy. Now it gets even weirder because a month after, her husband, who was like the strongest, healthiest man in the world, and you know, you wouldn't think he would die, but of anything, unless it was like a freak accident, right? Well, he was driving back from Florida and got in a freak accident like a month after. So we're like, what the heck? This is crazy. And now it's not even a month after her dad, and she passed. So I feel like that dream was like something was coming. So I kind of had a feeling something was coming. I wasn't sure of what it was, but I also, in my chart, it said that somebody would be, that I would lose somebody, or that I would have a separation or a loss, the way you do when it's like a divorce or when you make a big change in your life, and that it would deal with my childhood. I thought it was my mom and dad for a while. Turns out it's her and her family. So when they told me about it the other day, I don't know. I don't know why it's not like I couldn't cry. I just didn't feel a need to cry. Like I felt it's just the way it's supposed to be, and there is no endings, and it was just like much easier to take than the deaths that have happened in my life before. And I definitely think that a lot of it has to do with the things that we talk about in this group, just the understandings we have, and of course the astrology helps too. But it was definitely a new way for me to process things.
Wow.
Wow,
That's
indeed.
crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. See, my mom thinks that I'm numb or something, and I don't feel numb. I just feel like, okay. I don't know. It just feels like, okay, she's no longer suffering. She's moving on to the next lesson. And it is sad, but what would come of me getting all bent out and crying and overreacting and drinking, or I don't really drink, but using something, or, just to make it worse.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if it would happen to someone closer, even closer, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't act the same, but I felt like, I've changed somehow, because my normal reaction would be like all up in arms and, all over the place about it.
Mm-hmm. So if you could look at this reaction, how would you classify it? Would you classify it as growth? Would you classify it as something strange?
I would say it was growth.
Something
I felt, no, not negative. I felt that it was definite growth, because I don't feel like, oh, I'm numb, or I'm just disassociating or something. I feel like I have an understanding of what it is, of what's happening, and I no longer fear those things. So I'm okay.
Kristen,
Yes.
I have a question. Have you ever seen somebody go to a 5-planet dasha?
Yes. Amar and I were talking about it before. It basically breaks it down to the day, into the minutes, into the hours. You can do that.
Okay. Cool. Because I looked at my thing. It usually only shows 3. But this month it's saying Mercury, Sun, Rahu, Jupiter, and Mars dasha. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's basically breaking it down to the day, and then the minutes and hours. I mean, hours and minutes.
Okay.
Are you going to join us on the Taught with Shooty book study, Grace?
I actually just got the book like a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Did you send me a picture?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, so do I have to have, I mean, I didn't really get through Dharana Darshan. It was kind of a difficult read for me just because of all the terminology and the language, and I was just like, huh.
Yeah. So, yeah, this one isn't going to be like that in that respect. um, elements of Tatwa Shuddhi are in Dharana Darshan.
Uh-huh.
Dharana Darshan is more like it's a bit more advanced. It contains all the meditations necessary to open yourself up to liberation, moksha, nirvana, enlightenment. But it's not meant to be run through in one sitting. It's meant to be
Mhm.
done over a course of a long period of time. This was just a book that got everything in one place. I didn't realize that when we did the book study.
Mhm.
But looking at Tatwa Shuddhi, it's one exercise. That book only has
Okay.
one meditation in it, and that's at the very end of the book. The rest of the book sets up the background for what the meditation is all about, what the practice is all about, and the philosophy behind it. And to be really honest, it's the best book that I've ever seen that goes into the explanation of the 5 elements and how they relate to our existence.
Okay. And that's the one you were talking about. Okay. Because I got those cards too.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah,
So yeah.
I remember you. We talked about that.
Yeah.
Those help also. The more clarification that we have on these terms, the
Mhm.
better the understanding is going to be. So the 5 elements, the Rajas, Tamas, and Sattvas, the 3 gunas, and also the 3 doshas,
Mhm.
3 bodies, and how they combine together. Like that's the premise of what's going on. That's what we're working with in Tatwa Shuddhi, but that also covers everything else that covers the building blocks and the ingredients of everything else in yoga, from
Mhm.
Ayurveda to astrology to what we're dealing with here with Dharana Darshan, Tatwa Shuddhi, and all that.
Okay. Sounds good. So that's starting. That's the new one.
Yes, after the 6-week challenge, we're going to dive into that.
All right. Cool.
And part of the reason why I want this gap of time is because I actually want people to read the book and
Yeah.
to get an understanding of it before the book study, so that when we come back, we can all talk about it with the, perspectives and understandings that we gathered.
Right. Okay.
Mm.
I know you got it, Kristen.
Yes, I did. And anytime I'm able to, actually, I haven't really been able to sit down and do much, but before I crash out, I grab it and read in it. It's on my bed right here.
Have I told you about the 6-week challenge, Kristen?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I'm trying to talk about it as much as I can so people can know about it. Basically, 6 weeks challenge, and it begins Sunday. But of
Okay.
course, anybody can join at any time because it's that important, even if you were to do it 1 week. But the premise is to have 8 hours of study in a week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that can be all 8 hours on a Sunday. That can be 1 hour a day plus 4 hours one day, 4 hours in any other day. You get the gist of it. But
Mm-hmm.
basically, I like to think of it with the 3 6s, 666.
Mm-hmm.
That's 42 weeks, 4 plus 2. That's a 6-week challenge, and then also the 6 aspects of the challenge that I will go over now. The first
Okay.
2 are 2 books that you would like to have completed by the end of that time. So choose 2 books that you want to read, at least.
Okay.
The next 2 things would be choose 2 topics or subjects that you want to dive into a little bit more and get some more data on, more clarification on. Grace just mentioned that she was going to go more into tarot and more into energy work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go more into sales psychology and certain things dealing with entrepreneurship.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 books, 2 topics, and then the last 2 of the 6 would be choose 2 long-term goals that you have and really put in a little bit of extra work and effort to sit down and clarify what needs to be done to get there. First, clarify what that goal looks like as much as you can with, the visual aspect, the auditory aspect, the way it's going to feel, like really flesh it out. And
Mm-hmm.
then map out how you're going to get there from point A, where you are, to point B, where you want to be. We all have goals, but it's not going to hurt. Matter of fact, it will help a lot to sit down and clarify it as much as possible and say what has to happen just before that. Okay, what has happened just before that? Okay, what has happened just before that?
That's really funny. Really funny. I'll tell you when you're done. Literally doing this right now.
I don't think it's funny at all, Miss Kristen.
I know. It's weird because we really haven't talked in at least a week or two, right?
Right.
But so it's just every time you're so in such alignment. But this is literally, and I have been so scatterbrained in the past, but the past 2 weeks I have just been on it, and not just since doing the NLP like religiously and visualizing and seeing myself as I want to be doing. I see as every morning I wake up, I see myself get up. I visualize this whole situation, this whole movie of me doing the exact things I want to do, how I smell, how I sound, how I look, what the room looks like. I mean, details. And then what has started to happen is the ways for those things to happen have started falling into my lap. And so I've been making them happen. And like I'm literally remodeling my workspace right now from a visualization I kept having. And it's almost done tonight. So it's like all these steps for this goal on to get that workroom done. I got a computer, I got all sorts of things that I haven't had and haven't been able to do. But this visualization has like been able to like kick me into gear, and things just keep falling into place because of it.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's funny that you would say that, because that's definitely to the point where I actually took a little back seat. The astrology has taken a little back seat for the past week, because I've been really getting this image of what it's going to take to do the next thing complete, so I can do the next thing.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's part of the unspoken benefit of this, because the things that I listed is just the basic stuff that everybody can get. No need to go into too much detail because it's a need to know basis kind of thing. But one of those background things is when you begin to flesh out your image. I mean, for those of us that have been dealing with magic and spirituality, we know that that's part of the magic. So in doing so, you start to make it happen. You start to align yourself with it and attract it to you. So it's not like, oh, let's just fantasize a perfect life and plan out an impossible plan. Like, no, when you start that process, you kick it into gear.
Yeah.
So that's great that you said that.
Yeah, it feels like because they say the brain does not know the difference between you really running and you visualizing yourself as running. It doesn't know that you're watching TV and seeing someone running, or it's the same things are fired off. So that's what I've been really trying to implement with what the sound, like all the details, like if that was really happening, when it, the things that I'm visualizing. And it's like a magnet. It has to come to you because the brain believes it to be. Your reality believes that's what it is. It's been pretty intense. Even in the midst of a death, still there's been lots of death lately, which I knew was coming, and still more will be coming because all the cycles are ending for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so many births and rebirths, and lots of, like I said, there would be lots of millionaires this year. I don't know if you know about Dogecoin today, but it made lots of people millionaires. It went up so high today. So these things are going to be happening more and more.
I may not be into stocks, but I know that money is making its way to me very soon.
Yes. I can't believe how much I'm up. I'm very happy and grateful. And even the thing is, even because I know it could be confusing, but think of even at least Bitcoin. If you can at least get Bitcoin or XRP and use it as like a savings account, because then your money's going to at least build itself and leave it there for long term. The other, I have like Dogecoin and BitTorrent, which both have done amazing. But I I'm planning for long term. So I'm not like looking to just sell and buy, sell and buy. I'm just leaving it in there and letting it build. And if it drops, I don't freak out. I buy when the drop happens. And it's
That's smart.
basically like a savings account that builds money all the time.
Yeah, that's a smart way to look at it. That's probably how I'll use it when I eventually get into it.
Yeah.
Hey, Veronica.
Hey, Chica.
Hi guys, what's up?
How are you? I talked to you earlier.
Thank you. Yes, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing good. I'm doing my stuff, you know. I'm trying to get balance for everything and
Yeah.
busy around. It's New York. What can I say?
Yeah.
New York is busy. So yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
almost done with that workshop, my workshop here, so then I can get on those things for you very soon.
That's a good thing because I have a woman from a company that she wants she asked me to be formulator for some of
Yeah.
the products, and I'm like, well, apparently she's working for another company and she's tired of giving them the ideas. So she tells me I really wanted it to see. She tells me I'm looking for somebody who can make the product for my company.
Oh, that's awesome.
I personally don't have time on my, but I know people that might be interested to do that.
Mhm. Absolutely.
For that, you will have to sign a contract because
Yeah.
it is not her having her name on the company. You are the creator. So
Right. But she'll
has
put
to
her
be
name on the label, right?
yes, it
Yeah.
has to be a
Yeah.
balance. Yeah.
Yep. So I'll be her ghost maker, basically. It's like a ghost writer, but a ghost
Well,
creator.
yes, but you have to have your rights too. So yeah,
Yeah.
I think at this point, it's all depend how big this thing goes. I mean, she can say that, she can talk about it, but I don't know what they're talking about financial too in here. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
people talks. I don't like to talk. I like actions, but you know,
Action. Yep.
um, so I don't know. I did see how this goes. So I'm going to talk to her because I'm going to be traveling with her. I'm going to do a trip in Colombia.
Okay.
I think I did mention to you, I'm going to go to Colombia.
Yeah.
I wanted to look it up, the pharmaceuticals up there,
Yeah.
of the products that I use. They're actually, they call Dermaclark, which I use for penetration of products on the skin. And I don't want to have no necrosis, allergies.
Necrosis. Yes. Yes.
So, you know, this crazy stuff with mesotherapy, you know how mesotherapy
Yes.
goes. So
Yeah.
it's like people purchase crazy stuff on YouTube. My God, especially the ones that are getting right now with the toxins and they putting toxins on the face. Which
Oh, I know it.
They wanted to do Botox in their faces and they doing
They
scratches.
put botulism on top of their face. Ugh.
Did they even know that is actually putrefaction of meat?
They don't. Like I don't
What?
think they realize that it's a toxin, a neurotoxin.
Wait, what?
It is.
That's
You
what
didn't know that?
Botox is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Botulism.
putrefaction.
I'm
It
gonna have
is.
to look this up. I'm gonna have to Google
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, because it helps. That's why the muscle can't move. It it makes the muscle to freeze and not move. Botulism.
Botulism, which is a form of bacteria, my friends.
Yeah.
But isn't it YouTube? People YouTube is watching you. Oh yeah. Okay, so
Yeah. I know it.
DIY Botox? Oh no.
They might as well scratch their face and take a shit and rub it on their face. I mean,
it is a form. It's artificial. It is an artificial protein. Well, everything with everything is artificial, of course, right? So there is a process. It's not like you get the putrefaction of the blood of the meat,
right.
and then you're going to stick it like that. No, it's a process. They started the protein, Mr. Travis, and they created it in artificial. But of course, it's toxic. It's a bacteria, and that bacteria causes paralyzation on the tissue and the nerves. Now, the immune system will react to that and then your immune system eventually is going to get rid of it. So this is where people goes back to the doctors and they ask for more Botox, right? But all right, so fine. Now, by the way, Karen, they created a new one right now with a new formula where they remove a protein out of it. So that way the immune system will not be triggering as much as the regular Botox. It's crazy. And the other thing is well, they're going to start putting that on the market now. That probably is going to be approved. Obviously, it's going to be approved, and and then it's going to require a certain amount of research or whatever it might be. I mean, but at the end of the day, the situation is you see a lot of YouTubers up there doing nano needling and micro needling and putting Botox all over the face instead of like trying to do local, they spread it all over the face. It's like unbelievable. I'm like, I cannot believe this, how people don't know these things.
They're desperate and they're trying, they can't afford regular treatments, so they're doing whatever they can. I have a lady that I watch who does self-injection. Now, yes, she was a nurse, but people watch her and she tells them where to get the stuff illegally and so they could do it themselves. And I'm like, man, that's people will end up fucking themselves up. Yeah. I mean, because I know how to do injections as well, but I would never touch, just inject my face. Nah, my neck, my face, none of that shit. I would never go near anything like that. I did not without proper training. No way. And still
you have to have. Yeah.
Yeah. And you got to, and the type of needle too, that also matters. That's why they give you the rounded needles for in the face a lot. So there's less bruising. People are going in there just tearing at their skin.
Yeah. My concern, to be honest with you, with a lot of these situations is the necrosis.
Yeah, right. The death of the skin, man. The muscle and all that.
And the allergies that these things have on people's skins, yo, it's that's the reason why I'm going to Colombia, because I want to get trained to see how you can actually help a patient after you have damaged necrosis or allergies. I get it, like the doctors.
Stem cells.
Yes. Yeah. Like that. I'm not interested in like the beauty of the crap. I'm like, I don't bring me flowers. Bring me the ugly and how to fix it, right?
Yeah, I love that. She said, bring me the ugly.
Bring me the ugly. You can find the pretty shit in YouTube and wherever the hell you can find it.
Yeah.
The ugly side of the story is where I wanted to come. Like,
I wonder, do you have Bharani in your chart?
No, I don't.
So do you know if you have any Aries placements in your tropical?
You mean for the Vedic? I don't know, because I don't know the time that I was born.
Oh.
But I know I was born November 22nd, but I don't know.
You don't know the time. Well, the reason I say Bharani is because Bharani loves to bring things back from the dead. They love to take things that are dead and ugly and old and thrown away and fix them and bring them back to life. That's why you get a lot of people who love like thrift stores, and like finding thrift buys, or who like to help people who are the underdogs and to bring them up into new, like what you said is very Bharani.
Yes, most likely. And I see medicine around me. Everything that is medicine to me is any kind, solving things, solving the problem, the human body, solving that. It's my thing.
That could even be a Shwini.
Yeah, most likely. I see myself with Hermes. How about that? Hermes medicine.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how, but that's what I see. Yeah, but it's interesting because when I started doing aesthetics, it was just pretty basic. Facial.
Well, see, aesthetics is Venus too, and Venus rules Bharani. I think there's definitely some Bharani aspect to, because it's not like Libra Venus. It's it definitely or Taurus Venus, which is very cutesy, pretty indulgence. You're more. I feel like it's Barani with the Venus being ruled by ruling that, because it's all about the reconstruction of
Yes.
the things that have,
Yeah.
the
It
things
is.
that are
It is
ugly
that.
or dead or
Mhm.
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Solving that situation. I have a patient actually right now whose doctor doesn't want to take care of her because apparently she has she had a second degree burning on her face, and it was actually caused by lasers. I think it was by laser, or she went to the sun, one of those. But
Yeah.
she didn't have the pigment. She didn't have no pigment. Her skin was nice, pearl looking, shiny, glowing skin. And all of a sudden, she decided that she wanted to go to the sun. And when she came back from the sun, she has this huge brown spots all over these areas. Of course,
No, because she was doing the peels and stuff, right? And she was doing the
probably she was. I don't know what is the background, but it didn't go away. It's been already 3 years, 4 years, and has not been going away. So when she went with me, her pigmentation was able to reduce, not to eliminate. It was reduced. It was a percentage reduced. It wasn't that big, like, oh my God, this is a miracle. No. It was visible, but it was reduced. So I left the office. I worked somebody else. She was looking and looking for me. She never find me until I text her and I let her know that I opened an official place. And she's like, oh my God, I've been looking. And finally she sent me the pictures. The pigmentation went back dark again. And now I'm like to the point that I'm like, I won't even charge you at this point, because I wanted to solve the problem. I wanted to solve the situation. Like, what the hell did you just did to yourself?
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to yell at her, but I can't.
Right. But I can't.
She's like, don't be afraid. She's like, don't. What does she tell me? She tells me, don't be afraid, because when she took the pictures, she showed me the pictures. Her skin is dry. Her skin is wrinkled. I'm like, listen, I don't know what to tell you. Let me just contact some of the doctors, and I'm going to find out what we can do with you to help you out, because no, the doctors wanted to treat her. Nobody wants to help her. Nobody wants to do anything with this poor thing. She's jumping around like a basketball player up there, one place to another, and nobody wants to help her. At least nobody's taking her money. You know what I mean? Advantage or something. I'm like,
well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, let's see what we can do. I find some formulas to help her out. It's going to be more like trigger the melanin itself, to block the melanin to start acting up like crazy. Obviously, to activate that protein that triggers that melanin, I'm going to go into that level where I can reverse that protein so she can start producing that crazy melanin on her. That's how I think I'm going to start trigger this whole thing. Now, of course, I'm going to have her sign in a contract where if she stops treatment, there's no guarantee that I can eliminate the whole process. You know what I mean? It's just reduction or blocking up there of the melanin. Which is some interesting stuff up there. Yeah.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah. It's pretty much what I work.
Well, see, now when we get together, and then you have to do I love doing like peels and niacinamide and vitamin C, and I do all that with my skin. I make sure my skin looks good. So are you an esthetician? I know you do other, but so you have to work on me.
I do into genetic DNA level to level to regular surface type of.
Nice.
I do dip, for my friend. I do dip. That's just the way I work. Dip.
Heck yeah. That's what I have.
I do this.
I have eye hollow issues. But it's genetic. I've had my son, he's 13 and he has them. But I really want to get, like, I see how they put like filler in the eye trough, and sometimes it looks really weird. So I just want, I want something done, but I'm so afraid because
Okay.
I know, yeah, so all these people out here botching everybody. So I'm like, ugh.
Okay. So if you're telling me you want fillers,
Yeah.
then the game is different. Fillers, they look like okay,
Like
fillers.
hyaluronic acid filler, though, not like the
It,
real stuff,
no,
not not silicone or saline.
believe it or not, it looks like silicone. It's just a high levels of hyaluronic acid. You see
Yes,
how you
yes.
have in your mind that the glossy look like silicone type of thing?
Uh-huh.
The filler is like that. It does
Yeah.
not have the compounds of silicones. Of course, it doesn't.
Right,
It
right.
has a high levels of hyaluronic acid in there.
Hyaluronic acid, yeah, which holds
Right.
water. Mhm.
Yes, but remember, it's gonna stay there for a very long time. It is
Yeah,
not.
and it
They
actually
usually-
just spreads out. It never goes away. That's the thing is, I've learned from the surgeons that I watch, the
Yes,
plastic surgeons. The doctor says it never does leave. It just spreads, and
spreads
that's
out.
why all of a sudden you get buildup in weird spaces. So you
Mhm.
got to dissolve it sometimes. That's the thing is
Yeah,
people are overfilling.
yeah, and they're gonna look ugly, my friend, after they remove them.
Right? She's
You
like, they're
guys,
gonna look ugly.
let me
Love
tell
that.
you something. The under the eyes, you know how a lot of people put fillers around these areas with the cheekbones, right? Because they want to have that enhancement of like cheekbones. Once
Yes.
those fillers start to reduce, you get like a air bumps around under the eyelid,
Right. Yep.
and it looks like you actually like wrinkle like this. It's just this cheese. I mean, I'm telling you guys think that all this TV shit make you look pretty and shit. No, let me tell you something. The shit is not pretty. I'll tell you right now, shit is not pretty.
That's
The,
funny.
the other thing that people loves is the lip fillers. Of course, you're gonna see Angelina Jolie, you're gonna see the
Yeah. Yeah.
Kardashians, Nicki Minaj, and all these fancy chicks up there, right? They have those big lips.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. As soon as those fillers start disappearing, the shape of the lips start to get it
Yes.
a little bit off.
Weird.
Yes, because
Have you seen Madonna's face recently? Have you seen what she's done?
no.
She looks like a 12-year-old and doesn't look like
Totally.
herself at all. She looks, I mean, her skin looks amazing, but she definitely had a facelift, surgical facelift, but she's got so much filler and implants in her cheek and around her eyes. She doesn't look like herself anymore. Like you could
That's
tell. And
yeah.
her lip, her lip, they're wider and bigger, of course, but there's no more vermilion border. It's like, you know what I mean? There's
It's
no
odd.
separation. It just looks
Yeah.
like, yeah. There's only so
You
much
know
skin you
something?
have.
It's interesting that you'll be able to see these things once you know beauty. You'll be able
Yeah.
to see who has fillers, who have buttocks, who has
Yeah.
who has that, who did PRP, who did that. But if you wanted to do something safety that you think that you can build up, you might
Yeah.
want to look for stem cells.
Yeah, stem cells. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the blood-rich plasma and stuff.
And
Which,
PRP, yeah.
yeah, yep.
You can
Which,
have a
yeah.
phlebotomist, or you can have a nurse. Obviously, if you have, they will draw your blood, and of course, you
Yep.
know how to do it.
Yeah.
So once you have that fresh from, instead of people likes to inject it. Obviously, you see the
Yeah.
injection size on Earth, but another way to do it is to the nano needling.
Yes. Yep. I saw that too. And yep.
Nano would do you better than micro.
Then micro. Mhm.
Right. Nano, the stem cell will stay in the superficial layer of the skin.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be able to regenerate superficial level of the skin.
Nice.
If you do it through the microneedling, the deeper layer of the skin is going to try to heal faster, and all those stem cells are going to be out to the garbage.
Wow. Okay.
Money on microneedling to regenerate, but you don't give time to your stem cells to say, hey, where am I going? Am I going as a fibroblast? Am I going as lasting collagen? You know, stem cells are babies, right? You know that
right. Yeah. Yeah.
they need time to decide what the hell they want to do. You do microneedling, what's your skin is gonna do? Fix it.
Yeah. You know what? I called an office because I had this idea, because period blood has the most rich stem cells that you can get, the blood from the period. So I called up to an office, a plastic surgeon, and I asked them, I said, I know you take it out of the arm usually. I'm like, this is going to sound weird, but because of the stem cells and how rich they are in the period blood, have you ever considered that? And they were like, wow, that's a great idea. They're like, that's the first time I've ever heard that though. And I'm like, yeah, probably because I'm weird. But I'm like, you would think that maybe you would get, I said, is there a way that you can collect that in a sanitary manner, like maybe with a Diva cup or something?
They do. There is a sterilization process for that. They separate them. Yes.
And then they do the centrifuge. Yep.
Yeah. And they separate it. And there is a sterilization process. It's not like it's just getting out of there and then they're gonna start scratching. No. It's a sterilization process. The ones that I work with, Procel, which is stem cells, they actually release it from bone marrow directly.
Oh, okay. Wow.
The bone marrow directly. They do the process. And of course, if you are vegetarian or if you're vegan, we have to let you know it's a stem cells from bone marrow, whether you want it or you don't want it. If you don't want it, then you have the plant-based stem cells, right? Because the other companies there, they offer you, they offer you the vegetarian stem cells, which will do the same, but it's not as fast.
It's not right. Yeah, I got rose stem cells here, and they're fantastic. But when you think about it, when you put your own stuff in you, your body knows how to use it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
it's
that's cool.
You will have 0.001% of people who's going to be allergic to their own immune stem cells.
Right.
There. Yeah.
Very low, unless they get that mRNA shot.
Yes. Exactly. So yeah, it's amazing. All this stuff. I mean, what can I say? I try to teach my students a lot of this stuff. I try to teach them to be responsible, start playing with these YouTubers. I have today a nice, handsome gentleman. He decided to do cavitation on his chin, and the cavitation is for body fat reduction, not for AIDS. Cavitation burns bone, if you don't know how to say it correctly.
Wow.
So the man is like showing himself off doing this.
Yeah.
Literally, you're an idiot because you're burning all your entirely bone, thyroid, nuts, everything. This poor gentleman, I had to tell him in the nice, kindly way. I'm like, dude, I'm like, I text and separate it because I feel bad. I'm like, as a medical personnel, I advise you to take the courses before you do this. I'm like, unfortunately, you're burning your bone because cavitation, it's a very strong frequency, wavelength frequency and density on it. I'm like, and it's not just burning fat to you, it's burning cutaneous, subcutaneous, it's burning thyroid, your Hoy, and if you destroy any of that, you can cause future diseases in the future. And
that's supposed to be for the fat, right? That's supposed to be for the fat, like a fatty area.
Yes, only for a low fat, not for bones. I mean, oh my God. I just tell him in the nice way to do research before he starts damaging his own body. I mean, I didn't insult him or anything like that. I hope he keeps that as an advice. If he doesn't, well, what can I say, right? It's gonna be his lymph nodes, whatever might be. But I don't like the fact that he teaches other people to do the same thing, like innocent people out there. I want to do it. I want to do it. They don't want to pay money, and I understand that they don't want to pay money, but educate yourself first before you start playing with these devices,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, have you guys tried cosmetic acupuncture at all? Have you heard of that?
Yes. Acupuncture, you just said, right?
Yeah, but like cosmetic acupuncture, it's like acupuncture strictly for the face. Like I'm in acupuncture
Mhm.
school right now, and that's like something I want to specialize in, 'cause that's where most of the money is at when you do acupuncture. Because right now in LA, it's pretty big right now. It's like
Uh-huh.
like natural cosmetic stuff, and then using the
Yeah.
the crystal rollers and stuff.
Yes. The jade rollers and stuff. Yep.
Yeah, it's
I use
pretty.
a fascia blaster, and I also have like a rose quartz stone that is perfect for that.
Oh,
Do you know what
really?
a fascia blaster is?
Not really. What is it?
So it's a little, well, they have ones for all of your body, and it's like a little, it looks like a massager, but it's really small with little knobs on it that you rub on your face. I use it all the time, and it is significantly boosts your collagen and helps your bone structure. Your skin just looks amazing. When I started using it, I got compliments immediately. The people recognized it. Like they're like, something's happening, you're doing something different. I'm like, yeah, this fascia blaster. But it's really, it's really good to take away like any kind of extra issues you got in your face, or like any kind of under like a neck, what is that, double chins and stuff like that for people. But I was doing it on my cheekbones because I was getting like jaw issues, like on my cheekbone area and a little bit higher.
Mhm.
And it was like popping and stuff a lot and tight, and this just loosened it right up, and it was making my skin look amazing. So basically it's supposed to break up the fascia that's binding you underneath.
Mhm.
And this stuff is amazing. It really works, and it makes it, when you have like cellulite and stuff, that's
Mhm.
because fascia's pulling and the fat's pulling through it, kind of like a net pulling through like jello. That's what's happening.
Mhm.
And the fascia blast, you rub it on your leg, and up and down, and it pops all the fascia, breaks it up, so you get a lot of blood flow. And then all the, it smooths out the skin and makes it look nice, and it helps to bring blood flow to that area, where you can then lose the fat that you haven't been able to lose before because of it being cellulite or whatever.
Is it for
Also
the body or is it for the face?
Well, they have one for the face, and then they
Oh.
have a couple of different ones for the body, and it's
Oh, cool.
amazing. And it gets rid of scars. I mean, it really does.
Really?
Yeah, I had I tested out on my scar on my stomach from my son, and I was blown away. This thing is amazing. If you look up fascia blaster online, you'll see the lady who created it is Ashley Black. What was
Are
that?
they expensive?
No, they're not expensive, hon. I definitely would recommend them.
Okay, cool. No, I'm glad you told me that. It's definitely like a tool I'll definitely might buy. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you would love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have seen and heard of the acupuncture in the face and in the body, the cosmetic too. I have never done it myself, but I've seen it before, so that's really cool.
Yeah, this should be cool. I haven't gotten that far yet. I'm still like in the middle of my regular acupuncture licensing, but that's definitely something to specialize after.
You
Yeah.
still did it? You doing your PhD right now, or you doing your master's? Because I'm an acupuncturist already.
Oh, my master's. Yeah.
You work in your master's. You're gonna continue with your PhD?
I haven't decided yet. I'm not sure if it's worth it or not.
Why not? It's worth it. It's neuroacupuncture. It's more advanced.
Because I've been
It's worth it.
I've been in school for like the past 30 years, and I'm just tired.
Right.
I got you. Got it.
I mean, no, that's definitely something I'll probably end up doing. I want to just get out and work and get some experience first, and then maybe go back do the PhD thing. I don't know. It's just a title, but like.
Yeah. Will it give you more money? Would you be able to make more money if you got the PhD, or no?
It's all depend. You see, it's all depend, because a lot of the acupuncturists they doing for titles. Some of us we're doing for research. I'm doing it for research. I'm doing my PhD because I want to do research.
Right.
Does research is the ones that are helping the acupuncturists to get more into the scientific community. If we do scientific proof, insurance companies will like to work with us. If there's scientific evidence, then acupuncturists are not getting the respect that it needs to be done.
Yeah.
Now, there are acupuncturists that like the traditional, right? The acupuncturists up there that they want it traditional, they're comfortable with it. For some of us, we like to improve. And for me, after I finish my PhD, I have to continue for another 3 years doing research. So it is expensive. It is expensive. It is expensive, but it is being open already to the market where they allowing us to do more research, especially in California, my friend Philip. California, it's like advanced. I mean, acupuncture in California is super awesome, and you have a lot of advantages up there. New York, we are very tight. We have very limited forms of, practices to do. Like we limit it to things that we want to do. And for example, you probably be covered for microneedling in your state, and it's not covered in this state. And funny enough, microneedling is acupuncture. It is a 5-star needle for us. It's acupuncture. Microneedle is a 5-star needle. It's got Jesus Christ. What? So, it's a device. Galvanic is something that it was created by an acupuncturist, and it's just interesting thing to be involved with. So yeah, it's balance. Everybody has a balance there in the business, of course. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of the acupuncturists in New York right now, they taking advantage of the online classes from Pacific College, the school that they call it Pacific College of Oriental Medicine. And because this school is teaching through online for the doctors, they doing that certification. It's like a 22 credits. It's only like a 22 credits that you would need more from 164 credits from the Oriental Medicine. So it's 22 more credits. And after that, if you have the good grades, right, they will allow you to be able to travel to California, which I will have to go to California and do research up there. But fun deal. Yes, of course, Philip, it will be something that you will bring later. Of course, the one thing that acupuncturist is doing now, it's neuroacupuncture. It's more, more neurological perspective. Yes, of course. Yes, it's more neuroacupuncture is something right now that it's hitting the market for us. In fact, today I took a course out of that.
It is more neurological. What do you mean by that?
It's getting more neurological because it's all a perspective, Travis. Some of the acupuncturists, they believe that we have chi, we have channels, we have some kind of like pathways, right? And people will believe that, right? So, but there are others that they say, well, not necessarily those pathways. They could be the nerve system. And to be honest, if you work with the nerve system, you trigger more. It gives you more a quickly effect on the treatments. In the pain matter, because you stimulate endorphins, morphines, Travis, and you stimulate it by trigger your electrical impulses in the motor and sensory nerves. And that's how acupuncture works.
So when we talk about these different channels, are they referring to prana?
Yes.
Or is it talking about something else?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. Again, you're gonna see people that we talk about the pranas, right? You will see that basic part where we see the energies in a different way. And now you're going to look psychopaths like me, they're going to say, it's the nerve system, right? We stimulate the nerve system, but everybody has different perspectives. I mean, we got to respect everybody, right? So, I mean, I really see it as like triggering the motor nerve, sensory nerve, stimulated the fibroblasts in the needles. When we insert the needles, we stimulate all those particular parts of the tissue. We make the nerve system react once we have those acupuncture needles into your nerves, right? So let's say sciatica is one of the perfect examples. It's a big nerve, and when people has sciatica pain, you're going to see acupuncture sticking a long needle directly to the sciatica, and we follow a whole line of points in the sciatica. Now, when you do acupuncture at the superficial level, right? Like might have idea, like the superficial level of the epidermis, you will stimulate the pain too, right? But you will stimulate the fibroblasts of the tissues themselves, the muscles, not directly to the nerve, which is that sciatica is one of the pathways, if we call it the pathways of the Chinese pathways or Chinese channels, that sciatica nerve is one of those UV channel. Right, Philip?
Right, right.
UV channel is actually a gallbladder. I mean, UV channel is literally the sciatica nerve. And this is why a lot of people say, oh, it's the nerve system. Other ones that say, no, 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 it's actually chi. We got to respect both opinions.
So to kind of slow it down a little bit, there's different channels based on your organs. So you have like and they're on different pathways. So like your kidney has a pathway, your bladder, your liver, your large intestine, your heart. And I've experimented on myself a lot of times where I needle myself. I'll even do I'll even do stuff like I shouldn't do just to aggravate my body and get it going. Like I'll purposely create heat in my heart in my own way. Don't want to go into detail. And then I'll use the heart points and see if it really works. See how far it works. And I kid you not, like it'll take all the heat and inflammation going on in your heart to give you like anxiety, and it'll move it out of your body. And you could say that about any organ. Like if I drank a lot, my liver would start creating a bunch of heat, and it will start causing all these different sensations in the body. The heat will go up to my head and make me kind of anxious, and that's where you get all these different side effects from drugs.
Yeah,
because the heat is going to different places. But then if I use the liver points, Trav, then the heat will escape my liver and push out of my body and kind of even out. It's incredibly important because most people that don't know about this in America and don't do it their entire lives, they'll have that heat trapped in their liver for years, and then it'll start festering and building into cancer and phlegm, and that's how you get cancer, because it's just heat that's been cooking your organ for a long time. And in America, they don't teach you how to move it. They just give you a pill, mask it, and then you'll die from it later on. And that's the miracle of Chinese medicine.
Amazing.
Yes, sir.
Amazing.
yes. And today, Travis, I went to a seminar for electroacupuncture, kind of like he's talking about. So when Philip is talking to us about emotional and the organ of the liver is related with emotions, right, Philip? So, yeah. Right. So as Philip say, in the Western terms, we like to prescribe medication to calm the anxiety, right? So that's what we do. But in the Eastern perspective, we call the organ channel, we call it liver. Not that it could be your actual liver, Philip, right? But also other factors too will help you out to increase that problem of emotions. It's not just liver itself, there's other ones. However, in the Western, we have found out that there are 7 different type of, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different type of unbalances organs that can causes you diseases. Perhaps, Philip, you want to take a note on this one for your research? Because we have said that for Eastern perspective, we have the kidney channel, we have the liver channel, we have the gallbladder channel, we have the heart, the lung, the spleen, and all the organs up there, triple burner. Okay, fine. What the hell I'm talking about? God knows, Jesus Christ. You gotta do your homework, people. But in the Western, we find out correlation with the Eastern perspective, which is Chinese doctors here, not Westerns, right? Easterns, they talk about this. In the Western perspective, we have seven imbalances that can cause you diseases. Number 1 is the thyroid. Our Western thyroid, it's 1. Thyroid can cause us diseases. What are we relating the thyroid with, Philip? We're relating the thyroid with the spleen and what else?
I don't know. I thought it was just a spleen. I kind of forgot what else.
Stomach.
Okay. I wouldn't have guessed that actually.
Spleen and stomach, my friend. So thyroid for Eastern is spleen and stomach, right? So this is one of the factors, one of the channels that we're talking about in this energetic perspective, Travis. In the Western, we say thyroid. Thyroid when we have imbalances on the immune system. Thyroid when we not be able to control our T3s, T4s for temperatures. This is where we get all these hot, cold sensations and all these imbalances. Hormonal gets imbalances. Obviously, Karen, you might be related with this thyroid, is that right? And then you're going to see the other one is the adrenal glands. They say adrenal glands, if you have imbalances on your adrenal glands, also can cause certain particular patterns of conditions or diseases. I like to call them conditions. I don't like diseases. Diseases sounds like contagious, but condition is something that, you know, can harm the person. So adrenal gland is one of those that causes that. Then they say, wait a minute, now we have the stomach, and I'm talking about the organ stomach, right? But it's not different from the Western and Eastern. We have the same thing, the stomach. We always say in the stomach, if we have imbalances based on our diets, because remember, Philip, we have a spleen in the stomach. So we know digestion issues is related with the stomach as well, right? So intestine, large intestine, small intestine, and the stomach and the spleen, those are correlated. So stomach in the Western is. So being said, when you have the stomach and if you have imbalances based on the diet that we eat, you're going to have conditions, specific terms of condition or specific type of conditions coming to you. Then you're going to see scars, like seriously scars, you mean the scars, like you seriously. So the guy was telling to us scars also can block the flowing of the chi, right? Because we have the channels like we were talking about, right? Like probably Travis, you'll be able to see your own computer, the channels that we have. So if we have scars, we block that energy flowing. And when we block that energy flowing, blood gets stagnated, that we call stagnation. And when it gets stagnated, obviously you're going to see some form of infections in Western conditions. And then you're going to see emotions. Obviously, Philip was talking about his like situations with emotions, angers, and all that, and we get the pills. Emotions for Eastern doctors is the liver channel. And for the Western, obviously, it's psychology. Like Travis likes psychology, then that's going to be liver channel. And by the way, there's a whole huge textbook from Deadman that you might want to be interested because you like psychology. So emotions as part of the heart in Chinese medicine, but emotions is part of the heart and the mind on the Western medicine. So we are not different from that. We have the same common denominator here. And then of course, toxins is what we put in our body that will unbalance our blood, our immune system, and everything else. Toxins can cause you conditions along the road. The last one he's talking about is dentals. He say dentals, when we don't clean our teeth, we get some reactions in our skin. And if we don't clean it properly, he say that people will have these off conditions coming around to their bodies, and there will be no explanation from where these conditions are coming from. Like if you have some odd rashes or something, he mentioned the odd rashes can actually come from infections on your teeth. So he always going to recommend the patients to go to a dentist just to make sure that you have no infections on your teeth or something like that. So this is pretty much what we have today with the thyroid, adrenal, stomach, scars, emotions, toxins. I was talking about toxins with the toxins, you know, the buttocks. Then the dentals, of course, it's important to keep our teeth nice and clean every day. So pretty much that's what I did today, learn all this good stuff. Obviously, he was teaching us how to do electrical devices on points of acupuncture, and it was fantastic. That's how we correlate Eastern and Western medicine, Travis. So I try to do that part. And it's my job to do that. So.
Oh my goodness. I wish you guys were into the crypto, because Dogecoin just went up so high. Oh my, Megan said now. What'd you say?
You got one crypto that's gonna blow up in the next few months.
I can't hear what you're saying, hun.
Like the last time I gave crypto, right now I gave out Chainlink when it was at 84 cents. Right now it's at like 34 or $40.
Mm-hmm.
I gave out ZRX when it was at like 4 cents. Right now it's at like $2.
I got in for Dogecoin. I got in when it was at 5 cents. Right now it's at 33.
Oh,
34.
snap.
34. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
So I advise VRA. Definitely get into VRA. That's like 2 to 4 cents right now. That's
Where's
gonna
VRA?
literally that's gonna flip. And I'm gonna be looking into more. The other ones are kind of expensive, like Uniswap.
Is it what
VRA
is it on though? What is the VRA on?
I believe you can find it on crypto.com, which is
Oh yeah, see, I have so many different things on my phone already. I got Binance Us, I got Voyager, I got Coinbase, Robinhood.
check Binance US. It might be on there.
Yeah, I do. I'm looking right now. I don't see it. Oh, what was the name again?
VRA.
VRA. Yeah, I don't think I see. I'm looking.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up where you can find it right now.
See, but I also on a desktop though they say that it's different. I'm wanting to get some Pax Gold for sure. You can get gold, so definitely want that. Especially when you put her in Aquarius. I'm sorry, I had to say something. I couldn't believe it's going high. It's going high. I wish I would have put more in. I went to go put in money in XRP and accidentally bought more Bitcoin.
Oh man. XRP
Yeah,
should hit $10 by the end of this year.
Yeah, and what sucks though is that I got in at Bitcoin really low when it was at 9,000. I didn't want to mess with that. I wanted to stay there. And now I just bought in at fucking 64,000.
Ooh.
I know.
I mean, you could still hold. They're saying it should hit 80K at least.
Oh no, yeah, they're saying it's gonna go up. So that's good. But I just did it by accident.
You wanted the bigger gainers. I get it.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Like check into these. Also look into Harmony One. Harmony One's a good one.
That one.
The VRA is called Veracity. That's the real name for it.
Oh, Veracity. Okay.
Yeah. Gala, GALA. Uniswap is another one, and UBX. And Tezos Coin, because Tezos Coin is what's controlling all the NFTs right now, which is like the digital art that people are selling for millions of dollars.
You said Tesla?
Tezos. TEZOS.
50. And then we got dinner coming. I'm looking. Hold on, sorry. Tezos, TEZOS?
Yeah, TEZOS.
Oh, they're only $7.05 right now for a coin. That's good. Okay. I try to buy on dip on the low as possible. You know.
Yeah, no, I get you. You want the bigger flips.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't do like the trading where people buy and sell all day long and stuff. I just buy in as low as I can and let it sit. Just let it sit forever until it like builds. Gino, turn that down. Thank you. I guess it's more of a long-term thing for me. Oh, damn.
Have you heard of Carvana? The car-
Carvana.
Yeah,
Yeah, ADA. Yeah, that's gonna blow up too.
yeah, it's supposed to be a good one.
Yeah, that's definitely a good one. Alex Becker definitely talks about ADA too. Yeah, that's Cardano. But yeah, he talks about that too.
How do you feel about that dog coin or Dogecoin?
Coin. I'm making a lot of money with that right now. No, not right now. No, not until I get no. Not until I get the thing to protect it. I just bought that iPad. I'm not letting it get broken. I need it for the business. You gotta wait. No phone.
Don't break things. Ugly people break my things.
You said ugly people break your things?
Other.
Oh.
Complete people break my thing.
I thought you said ugly people break my things. I'm like, what? What is that smoke? Is that your dad? Yeah. Close the window.
He broke my other phone.
Okay. Well, you have to wait just a
Yo,
little bit
Trav.
longer.
Trav, the convo earlier made me realize why I tend to think so much. It was a conflicting belief. As soon as I got off for a little bit, I went self-analyzed and I peeped something. It's like the things that I want was conflicting with my belief about spirituality.
Value conflict.
Huh?
Value conflict.
Yeah.
So good to identify our core principles, because then when we have options and choices, we can easily analyze and deduce whether something's in conflict or something's in harmony.
Trav, how many books
Hey,
by Damon Brand do you own?
maybe three.
Huh?
Three, I want to say.
3?
Cash book, something about angels and something about love and sex, I think.
That one, the seduction one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay. I bought it, but I was conflicted on buying it because I read a couple reviews where like some people said like some of the stuff didn't work when in the book, or like some of it was like you're like secretly summoning succubuses without knowing it, and they're just draining your energy and it's not gonna work. Like there's like a couple comments that like said that out of like the 300 5-star ratings, and I just want to know your personal experience with it.
My personal experience is that when it comes to magical efficacy, whether
Yes.
something is effective or not, when it comes to magic, it's 100% on the user, not on the software. Just like when I was a computer tech, I would get called into the office to fix a problem, and I'd find that there was no problem. We used to code those as ID 10T. You know what that means?
Okay, I kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah. So when it's really tricky when it comes to reviews on magical books, because I know that most of these folks don't know what the fuck they're doing. So if they say it didn't work, it's because they don't know how to work it. You can make anything work. You can make the Bible work, right?
Yep.
So yeah.
But I mean,
Trust the author.
I was gonna say, like, I guess the question is, couldn't the author fuck up and put the directions down wrong in that book? I guess that's
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure, but it depends on how you're looking at it. Are you seeing this as a book where this man is like, I've collected this magical juice and I'm putting it on the pages, and then it's like, oh, I'm getting this juice? Or is this someone who's tapped into a current, because y'all call it a current, right? The magical current, whatever. If a person has tapped into this current and they're transcribing different ways to access this current, it has nothing to do with him. He's strictly a channel. So to access that book, you're accessing the current, not him. Damon Brand has nothing to do with it. Gordon, those aren't even real people. That's not even their real names, first of all. So they're offering to us different ways to access something very abstract. it's not like he can make a mistake. The only mistake he can make is in translating what he's channeled. If it's a true channel, you're going to get it regardless of how good he translated it. If you really tap in, you're tapping into something beyond his tap in. You feel me?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, but like at the same time, like couldn't still something go wrong? Like especially with seduction magic and dealing with entities of that nature, they are very like they can be very menacing. But that's if we're talking about like them external. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. Something can go wrong. But this goes back to what I said with the first answer. This is dependent on the user. That part depends on the user. Oh no, this magic is, I summoned a succubus and now I can't stop coming. That's the user. That has nothing to do with the magic. The user got something going on.
Okay. I mean, that's all I needed to know. Okay. All right. Did you like the book, by the way?
I liked it.
Okay. Did you get any results from it? You don't have to go into detail, yes or no.
It helped. It helped. It added to my database. I'll give it that. Most of the results I got were from Demons of Magic, working with Sidri and Asmodeus.
I got you. I got that book already, but I don't know. Yeah.
So when I bought Magical Seduction, that was afterwards. It added to it, but
okay.
I already had a system that worked.
Okay, cool. All right. That answered it perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. I got to stop talking about NLP. Too many people are starting to get into it now.
It's the best.
Yeah, but again, dealing with the users.
True.
To reduce the number of ID10Ts out there, I think it might be best to stop talking about the subject in explicit detail. It's better when it's called something else. It's all good though. Om Namah Shivaya.
This is the best ghost pepper ever. Ooh. You like hot peppers?
Who?
Do you like them?
What? I love hot peppers. I went around the city one time trying to find who had the hottest sauce, and I was severely disappointed. I haven't tried ghost pepper. Do you have to order that from Amazon?
No, you can get them. I can get mine at my market here in Cleveland, the West Side Market
in Georgia. At least not my. Excuse me. I don't leave the house, so I don't know. Let me start over. That's an ID10T. That's a user. When I used to go out, I never saw any ghost peppers. Things may have changed. But if I find some, I will definitely stuff them in my mouth.
Oh yeah, they're good. And I got some Reaper sauce too.
Ooh, does it hurt?
It hurts so good.
Oh wow, where do you get that from?
West Side Market. I could send you some.
Okay, I'll have to order some from you.
Okay, cool.
Hell yeah.
It comes in a skull.
Even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely want some of that.
A real skull?
No, I wish, right?
Yeah, that'd be badass.
They make mango jerky, vegan jerky with mango, and they use ghost pepper. Oh yeah, so good. And then, ooh, it's hot, but it's good. This ghost pepper barbecue sauce that they make, it is so good. I was wondering, why do people like hot things? Like, it's supposed to be painful, right? Why do people like it?
I feel like it kind of sets off a certain pleasure thing in your brain.
Definitely does.
It might even
But
be
some people
psychological.
don't like it. Do yeah. I feel like it's kind of like people who like to get smacked or something, because some people hate that hot shit, but people like me and you love it.
Are you saying that me and you like to get smacked around?
Have you guys ever had Scotch bonnet pepper?
Ooh, no. What's that?
It's indigenous to Jamaica. My friend gave it to me one time when I was younger, and he brought it to school one day when I was younger, and all the tough guys at lunch were like, "Yeah, we can eat it." Half of them got sent to the nurse. It's funny as shit.
That's the best.
Yeah, got sent home.
Changing Spiritually says it's good for your immune system, hot peppers.
Very good. It can also stop heart attacks, but you got to make sure it's really, really hot.
Because it speeds up the blood flow.
Well, the casein in the pepper stops the it literally stops it in its track. It takes not even 5 minutes.
Wow, that's good to know.
Always keep hot pepper, and real hot pepper, like not paprika. Hot pepper.
Paprika? Who thinks paprika's spicy?
Cayenne paprika. People that use the cayenne paprika. It's like, oh, it's spicy. I'm like, no, it ain't.
Yeah.
It might be a Caucasian thing.
It's funny. I actually have ghost peppers at my job right now that we're actually using one of the ingredients. It's pretty funny.
Hell yeah.
Delicious.
So good.
Now, I've listened to the chat. You guys were talking about, I think, the Ayurvedic body types. And I'm actually kind of like finding the research exactly to figure out what body type I have. I love fucking hot shit. I'm wondering if I can't eat hot shit.
You're probably Pitta.
Yeah. And that's in the top with Shruti too, right? Where I could find that, right?
Not quite. You're looking for the details as far as, what's good for your type?
First, I'm trying to just figure out my type in general, and then I kind of looked it up, but I'm not sure if I got the right sources.
An Ayurvedic book.
Yeah, you can do a general search online as far as Ayurvedic body types, but the two books that I have right now that goes into it, well, three, but two that I'll mention are, one's called Ayurveda, and one's called Prakriti, your Ayurvedic Constitution. I'll pull them up.
Right, I'm going down.
Because it's real cow milk. It's not bad. It's just thick.
It's called Ayurveda, the science of self-healing. This goes into detail. It tells you all about the different body types, what's good for your body type, what's not so good for your body type, et cetera, et cetera. And another one that tells the same thing is called Prakriti, your Ayurvedic Constitution. And it's written by Robert Svoboda, who is an author that has books on all the topics that we've been talking about. He's extremely knowledgeable on this stuff. He wrote Agora. He wrote Light on Life, which is for Vedic astrology. I'd recommend both of those or either of those, whatever you want to go with.
Word. All right, definitely.
Excuse me. Theta Realms, Brainwave Sound Journeys.
Thank you, Mason. What I found that was so interesting was when Hecate and Philip were talking about the whole acupuncture thing. And in those moments, it just dawned on me how that same science, was connected to Ayurveda. We're talking about energy, right? And the Ayurvedic perspective has more to do with the elemental nature of the body and the balance and harmony of the elements within the body for health. And when those things come into disharmony, now we have dis-ease. That's really freaking cool.
Exactly. Actually, I have this. I just kind of got the Tactical Shooting book the other day, and I was actually reading, and it talks about literally in, I think, page 26, like the third chapter, you could say, and they go right into that. Like what? And I was also listening to David Snyder. You know what I mean? Funny, so I won't say anything else about that. But he also talks about that, and I find it's very interesting. Like you said, it all goes back to Veda. how they both are talking about the mind and how the body, like you just said, with disease and disease, literally just in this paragraph though, sitting in, and I'm like, it all starts from mind and the mental disorder which creates the physical disease.
Mm-hmm.
Which I also found funny because that's where I was listening where y'all brought up where he said for Bobby Hemmett, where he said, oh, I would drink orange soda because I ran out of, what did he say, the gold seal. And in time he would heal himself from a natural cold. So it was his mind on a certain level, how he perceived his environment that he didn't provide sickness.
Yeah. I love that. The mind is the governing factor over the bodily functions. It becomes necessary to aim at purification on the mental level as well as the physical level. It is in the mind that the germ or virus or infirmity is born and bred. So when we talk of purification, we should first of all try to understand it in relation to the different layers of the mind. Now that's not just to say think happy thoughts and your cold goes away. Of course, it's more. There's a process of there's laws to this thing. There's laws to this thing. Everyone has their own approach. That's why there seems to be different styles, but there's laws to this thing. And this is one of those books that addresses the laws. Yes, the mind is intricately connected to how the body operates. Yes, you can heal yourself mentally, but there's laws that must be obeyed. And in having an understanding of those laws, everything becomes easier. Now you can live in harmony. So when you might veer off just a little bit, it's not as detrimental to say someone who is just running the Tylenol and aspirin every time they get a headache. Because like Philip said, you just cover up that fire, the pain of the fire burning in your liver, not understanding that you have to neutralize that. You got to put that fire out with some water somehow, or some air or whatever, cover it with dirt. I love it. But yeah, the way that you guys were talking a bit earlier, that just
It's 11 o'clock.
helped me connect those dots there. Thanks, Maxine. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya.
Yeah, I definitely find Vedic astrology very interesting. And I was dealing with like a lot of I actually didn't really know about a lot of Vedic astrology until hearing you guys talk about it. And I kind of like understood my Western.
Nice.
And actually, my Western is very interesting because I have my son in the sun. I have my son in the sun house. I have my moon in my moon. I have Scorpio and Scorpio. They all fall in the same house. And then I was looking up, because I look up all this stuff. I did my Vedas, which is interesting too. But I'm still trying to get to understand that a little more. So it's very interesting.
Dump it out. It was just opened yesterday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is one of those lakes that once you dive into it, you realize that it's deeper than any ocean that you've ever sailed across. I like deep ocean.
Absolutely. It's cold. We have to put that heater on.
It is.
Put the heater on. Turn it up.
What's it on right now?
I turned it down because yeah.
We're on 69.
69.
And then press that middle button.
That's what she said.
Is that what she said?
He just said, put it on 69, then touch the little button.
I said the middle button.
The middle button still. Touch the middle button.
Wow, and the price of this book is $69. That's crazy.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's weird. Well, not really
Right when you
weird.
said that.
Yeah.
Of course, it's about
It's about Fruit Loops.
SJS, the Lord. I mean, if that's what you're into.
That's what I thought. I heard you say it. It's about Fruit Loops. That's what I thought I heard.
If you're into Fruit Loops, I mean, do your thing.
Trav, what do you think about that book?
Not Fruit Loops, homosexual circles.
Doesn't you know, it doesn't fit in my current interest right now, but looks cool.
No,
I guess.
No, I get that, but like, let's pretend it was one of the other ones that he's done with, like, he's got one for every goetic spirit almost. Is he someone that like really trusts in that book like that for that much money? That's what I'm like trying to ask.
Gotcha.
Got, like, one review.
I mean, from my experience, he works with a certain current, and his current works best if you're in it. I'm not a part of that current, so I'm sure it's a great book, and I'm sure he taps into the source, but I would get it if I was interested in doing that kind of thing, and I just needed some kind of symbol to help unlock that within myself. I'm not going to talk down or bad on him, because I mean, he does what he does. You know, he's good at it. But
How do you feel about him though?
He has created what he's created, and he's doing his thing. Like,
But there's a certain underlying sense of humor about him that we can, or it's hard to take him seriously as a magician. Why is that?
yeah, I think that's intentional. I think that's part of the charm. That's part of the mystique. You know, you got to have multiple layers when you're doing your thing. It makes you more. It makes you, you know, more adds character.
And when you say current, are you saying like the vibe of his whole community?
Any established magus works with a specific current of energy. We're all working with the same entities for sure, but certain combinations of these entities, they form a current. I mean, doesn't what I do feel different from what he does?
Definitely, 100%.
We're talking about the same entities, but
right.
The way that what we've tapped into is a different slice. You know,
right. I feel like he has a very extreme style of doing things, and then like doing things his own way, and then also kind of being overly dramatic and a little bullshitty about it.
Mm-hmm. And that attracts a certain type of person, because those same people, they utilize that same type of energy.
Right. Where I could probably just use the Demons of Magic book and just do it my own way, like you would probably teach.
You've already got all the tools you'll ever need. At this point on, you will never have to buy another book, unless you're trying to learn something completely new. When it comes to magic, you got everything you need.
My question though is, where does he come up with these chapters like the Asmodeus secret gate ritual? Like, where does he find these secret Asmodeus spells at?
Hey, you have to ask him.
Like, does he just make this shit up himself, or like?
It's possible, or he could be channeling it.
1650353. He's right there.
No, it's all very interesting.
There's a lot of different places to get a lot of different things.
Right. Okay.
At the end of the day, the bottom line is it effective, and can I apply it to what I'm doing? I think that's what you're asking. And
yeah,
to really know that would be to get the book. You know, but judging on what you've experienced from this person before, have you tried anything from him? That he's got a few audio books of his own books. I've gone through those, and I've worked with his magic. It works.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's another question. It works. Okay.
I worked with his magic. Before I had my own systems, I was working with his stuff for sure. But then I learned enough to start doing my own thing.
I got it.
From his stuff is where I learned how to tap into the legions of the Goetia.
That must have been interesting. Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
You know, I had one Masonic brother where I kind of got into a debate with him because, and he's a pretty knowledgeable guy, where he argues that when you work with the daemons of the Goetia, you have to follow all the stuff from the lesser key, like all the protection stuff. And he says if you don't do it, and my argument was that you don't really need to do it that way, that it should be a lot simpler. And he says, oh no, that's just like pressing F7 on a keyboard and like expecting like a whole program to run with it. He's like, you gotta actually do all the shit from the lesser key for you to protect yourself, for it to work. And these are the conversations that frustrate me the most, because then it'll bring me backwards to where I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe he is fucking right. Maybe I've been doing this wrong the whole time. I want to hear your opinion.
It's so tricky because the language is the matrix. Language is the matrix. Remember that, apply it to everything else. Language is the matrix. So when someone talks about you must do these rituals, you must go through this process, you must to protect yourself. Hell yeah, he's right. You must do all those things to protect yourself. But I'm not worried about protecting myself. So I don't have to do any of those things.
Why aren't you worried about protecting yourself, Travis?
What am I protecting myself from?
A demon you just summoned into your room, dude.
Did I just summon that demon, or has he always been with me?
I don't know, dude. You tell me.
That's the language. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, with my language, with his language, you're bringing in something external into your personal little safe space, and you don't want it to hurt you. So you've got to protect yourself. That the language is setting up the whole dynamic here. Now, the other style of language that I work with is I understand that these entities are a part of me. What does that mean? That means that what I think I am as a specific individual, that's not so. I'm actually a collection of a bunch of different energies, and some of them, all of them are actually currents and patterns, right? They're patterns and loops. Some of those loops and patterns and currents have names. And if I identify one and I focus on one and I extract the data from that current or loop, that's me working with a demon or a spirit. That's me working with it. So what am I going to sit here and do this elaborate fucking protection spell for pieces of myself? Like, it doesn't make sense to me in my paradigm. Now, maybe that's how these other people were taught. Let them do it, because if they try it my way, they're going to hurt themselves. Why? Because they have a subconscious buildup of, I got to protect myself from scary monsters. But that's not how I've learned how to do it. When I look at these entities and these things, I don't think of these external enemies that can potentially harm me. Now, leech can potentially harm you, right? But you understand what it is and how to work with it. Leech is a pattern of chemicals, right, that you use to, cleanse your white clothes or to clean up your bathroom floor or whatever. There's things you do with it and things you don't do with it. As long as you keep everything in its place, you're good. You don't need to do an elaborate ritual. You wear your rubber gloves. You make sure you're not wearing any black clothes.
Right.
Same thing with these entities. I identified what kind of energy current they are, what they do, what they're useful for, what not to do with them. I put on my gloves and I go do my thing. Now, the gloves aren't to protect myself, but it's because I understand if I'm not wearing these gloves, it's going to be painful. To me, the gloves aren't a protection ritual and Solomonic ring and all that stuff. That's not the gloves to me. To me, the gloves is understanding the state of mind that I have to be in. So I isolate myself from my everyday life. I put on my little music, my binaural beats. I light my candles, my incense. I do my chants. I get into the zone, and I don't let anything interrupt me. I do my thing, and I close it out and go back to my life. So I create that little safe space there, as opposed to just willy-nilly oh, demons everywhere. Oh, my life is magical demony. Like, you got to put things in their proper place.
I see
Is
what,
that making sense?
yeah, it does.
So yeah, it is part of my life. It is a daily thing, right? But that I don't believe that I have to go through these elaborate circles because I question what's the purpose of it? Why am I doing this? Am I just doing it because somebody said to do it? In that case, then is it even really working? What's the point?
But there's a lot of people in the spiritual community that really believe like there are demons attached to them.
Right.
They say it pretty convincingly sometimes.
Most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I know that might sound elitist, that might sound however it sounds, but I can say that with full confidence. Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. Forget these people.
Right.
Forget opinions. These people don't know what the hell they're talking about.
That's what messes with me the most is I'll have my mindset and then I'll have someone make me question my own beliefs. That happens all the time. And then I'll revert and I'll almost go backwards a little bit because I'll start questioning like, oh, maybe I was wrong.
What's your favorite food?
I don't have a favorite.
What's your favorite cereal?
Lucky Charms.
Lucky Charms. Not Fruit Loops?
No, I hate Fruit Loops actually.
Sorry, Kristen. No Fruit Loops over here. Lucky Charms is the deal. Do you like the Lucky Charms with the unicorns in it?
Yes, of course.
Perfectly. Perfect. Okay, so you got your bowl of Lucky Charms, and then I come in here with some fucking snaps. Or what do you call the frog cereal?
Oh, I like those too, though. Those are good. You have to get different ones.
With those, and I tell you, Lucky Charms is not the way to go. You got to eat these snaps right here. This is the best cereal in the world, and that Lucky Charms sucks ass.
But the thing is, I really like Smack, so maybe you are right.
Max.
Max. Okay, well then, eat them both. But how do you know? How do you know that Lucky Charms is your favorite cereal?
Because I don't know. I know, but just because from my childhood, I know.
Okay, so you got a childhood association with them.
Yeah.
And as far as Smacks, what makes them so good to you?
I really like how they taste.
They taste great. So one tastes great and one has better memories.
Yes.
So I can see there may be a conflict in deciding what's better, and you might alternate between the two. I can get that. Now, say I bring some cornflakes to your table, dry with the Kellogg's rooster on it.
I hate those.
I say this cereal, Smacks and Lucky Charms is not the move. Throw those away. You gonna believe me?
No.
Why? Tell me exactly why.
Because I know without a doubt that you're wrong in this situation.
And how do you know without a doubt?
But also everything is subjective. So in your world,
It's
maybe
subjective. Is it subjective? If you just said you know without a doubt, how do you know without a doubt?
To me, without a doubt.
To you.
You're wrong. Yeah.
To the user.
Yes.
To the user. And not only you know because on one hand you had childhood experience, data, and on the other hand, because it tastes good, sensory data. So you got a catalog there that you can rely on. Now, you also got a catalog that you can rely on with them cornflakes. They don't taste good. They're not sweet. They look ugly. The box sucks. There's a lot of data that tells you that this is not the cereal to eat. So when we come to the same thing with the magic and stuff, and these people give you their different opinions, a lot of the stuff you don't have any data on. They're just sharing their data that they know without a shadow of a doubt. But there are some things that you know without a shadow of a doubt because you got experience with and because it feels right. So just like with the Lucky Charms, you got experience and memories with, just like with the Smacks, it feels right. There's magic that has the same effect.
But when you're doing these rituals, you're talking to it. You're trying to envision or talk to a different entity that has this type of knowledge. But at the same time, you're saying it's a part of myself. Yes. That's just so odd to me to logically wrap my head around.
You don't talk to yourself? Ever?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
So how is that odd?
Well, because I'm okay, because I know I'm talking to Phil. I'm not talking to like a leopard named Sea-Tree with magical lust powers, like, and that's like in a 1,000-year grimoire with about half of the book is protection spells. I mean, that sets off a red flag a little bit, Trav.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now I want you to decode that so I can live in peace now.
So this entity Phil that you've talked to, has it ever hurt anyone?
No.
Hmm?
No.
Never? That you know of?
It depends what you mean by hurt. There's different degrees of hurting someone. I've probably hurt people emotionally, physically a little bit, but nothing. I've never killed anyone or anything crazy.
Right. Well, I didn't say kill or rape. I mean hurt, which does include what you mentioned, emotionally, or maybe.
Sure.
Okay. So to the people that have been hurt, you think they might have written a warning label to some degree? He's a good guy overall, but
Right. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, don't piss him off. Right. Okay.
same deal. Now you don't necessarily need to walk up into your presence with a full-on hazard suit. It's just
No.
some things you know not to do because we're dealing with a pattern. You were a pattern. It's all
what do you mean by that? I'm a pattern.
You're a pattern. You're a pattern of thinking. In that context where you hurt somebody or where they may have been hurt by you, because maybe you didn't do it intentionally, they did something contrary to the pattern of who you are, and that caused a new reaction that they didn't expect.
I have a question. That's interesting. I'm like applying myself in this conversation because I like doing it. So if I'm the pattern, if I switch my own, damn, that's deep. If I can switch my own patterns up, then I'm gonna get a different outcome. Even if it's by a slight, because it's hard to switch yourself up. If you switch your pattern up, I've been doing that lately. It's weird because I've been like, I talked to you, like I listened to, I then went back and listened to all the Kabbalion videos, which is like a lot of hours. You know what I mean? I was literally just finished the first one last week. It was a couple days ago. So it's deep because if I could switch the pattern, just like going into that, you know, I don't know what it was. It's just like I even before I even got taught what shit I was like interested in. I was like, what is he talking about? Like all of it just some I don't know what it was. It connected, and me just pitting just from listening. At least I didn't have to book the listening. I have somewhat, I think, subconsciously, I'm tapped into that part of myself that I see how it work. I change myself certain ways that where I get different patterns out of certain people and expectations and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And like the wordings, like you say, words, like my I talked to my grandpa a lot. It was called Semitic. They're using the how you place words in certain places and mean a lot of things. You know what I mean? I actually writing down, like you're saying, like tapping into your own elements. You know what I mean? Because you're saying the current, you had, like, I was sitting, I love cornflakes. And I was like, yo, you know what I'm going to do with them cornflakes like I used to do in my childhood? I'm going to put extra sugar in them. Yeah, guess what they taste like? A fucking amazing. It's all silver? Yes. But that was like my current, where I could take that current and I could rock with it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because like you said, everybody has their own current. It's like you say, it's not the blueprint that's wrong. It's the people using the blueprint and how they're taking it.
And you're exactly right. The behavior that we exhibit is equal to our beliefs and our belief system. Our behavior that we exhibit is equal to what we believe, right? So whatever we believe, we act on that. However we act, that's equal to what we believe. It's an equal thing, mind and matter. So if you change the behavior, now you can start to change your beliefs. If you change your beliefs, inevitably your behaviors change. So that's the pattern right there. What you do is what you believe. What you believe is what you do. If you want to change any of those things, then just change the other one.
Would you say that the angels are part of yourself also?
There is nothing outside of you.
Okay. So that's where we needed to get to. So everything is inside yourself.
Can you say
Now you
something?
may be consciously aware or not consciously aware, but
I get what you're saying.
So, do you know on Eastern Wiccan? You know the Eastern Wiccan?
Wiccan?
Yeah, the Wiccan, the resurrection of Christ.
Easter weekend.
Eastern
Oh,
Wiccan.
Rosicrucians?
Yeah. Well, I went to church.
Yeah.
Okay, I went to
Oh,
church.
Oh, okay.
Church. I'm a witch, but I went to church. The same night, I have a dream. I see myself going back to the church, and I see the Christ crucifixion. And so then somehow I sense that Christ was going to be mad at me. You know, that belief that Travis is talking about?
Yeah.
I said, oh my God, he's so mad at me because I'm doing all this stuff. So I see from the cross, from the church, because they have, you know how the Catholics, we have the big church, the cross. So I
Yeah.
see the energy of that cross walking out from the big temple, coming towards me. And when it comes towards me, instead of being Christ itself, was a Jaguar. And I'm saying, oh my God, he's going to be so mad at me. He's going to kill me. My friend, that Jaguar, it was the most smoochy creature I ever seen in my life. I was so in love with it. I was smooching him. I was playing with him. It was like a cat, but it was a Jaguar. And then I realized that is true. It is how you perceive things, how you were told and how you perceive it. It can change. It is that insecurity that we have in the perspective, and I'm talking about in the Christian perspective because I went to Catholic school. So I was told that magic and all this stuff were so evil. And in my subconscious somehow was like, no, bitch, it's not. It is part of you. That Jaguar was me, right? So there's no need to worry about demons and stuff like that, because to be honest with you, that will block you up for do what you want to do. That will block you from moving forward for what you need to go to. I'm not afraid to call either Lucifer, Satan, Jesus, angels, demons, because it's part of me. Yeah.
No, I like that you brought that up because I went to Catholic school for like 10 years when I was a kid, and because it was like so engraved in me through doing all the rituals and everything and all the reading and the stations of the cross and everything, it really is. It's really hard to get rid of that conditioning. Is even after learning everything, it still sometimes sticks in your mind and it comes out randomly, and that's like, and it'll make you question your own like power. And I like how you said.
Yeah. So that
But-
insecurity I have, like you have, that insecurity thing, like Jesus is coming, is going to kill you, is going to brutalize you, is going to murder you, he's going to be sending you to hell, and all this stuff. None of that did happen. And I went to church, by the way. I went to church. None of my family went, but I did.
Right.
Just to feel, you know, like I was needed it to go to church because it was that part of the energy. In fact, I went because of the energies, most likely, like, you know, like that spiritual energy type of thing.
Yeah,
And
no, it's
it
good to
turns
go.
out, yeah, it turns out he converted himself into a Jaguar or some kind of a spiritual animal that might be from inside of yourself. It was interesting, dude. It was interesting. So
That's cool.
yeah.
Just want to piggyback off that was dope. Just gotta get off. Talking about like, you know, just guys realizing the aspects in ourself. That's kind of hard to say, but like, you know, that sometimes that you don't want to like deal with. That's like the aspect, like, you know, like you want to say like the demons, and then there's angels, and then there's all of this shit in us. Spirits, angels, whichever you want to name it, you know what I mean? And like saying the aspect in ourselves, just kind of like bringing it to the surface and realize that's like where that shadow work comes in. And we can come, and that's where I kind of like this book, Top Shooty, and taking that element of ourselves, whatever it may be, and then I say purifying it. then that's what it'll be. You know what I mean? Because it's taken to the one thing that we put below the surface and bring it up. Because that's the aspect maybe when we work on the most. Because like I know I'm good at a lot of things, and there's some shit I'm not good at. But that's maybe the thing, the good thing I'm already good at. I don't need to work on that.
Yeah.
I can just I was thinking always like a tool belt. You know what I mean? We always had this knowledge, and actually it's one part of my foundation I learned. You know what I mean? And we have this, like everybody wants to be their own Haru or superhero. You know what I mean? You gotta have a tool belt. You gotta have some type of stuff on. You can't be a superhero without an empty tool belt. If you pull a top with Shuri, bring in, like you say, the Tantra out, the magic, whatever, you can bring out anything, but you have to have this tool belt that has to be capable of doing certain things. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not the best at expressing.
Not with that attitude. Great thing about this Tatwashudi and the shadow work aspect is that it gets down to the root of it. Our minds are layers, right? Our mind isn't one thing, it's a layered thing. And we got the surface level, which is always running and bubbles popping of new stuff. But underneath that very thin layer, which is only the conscious mind, and that's nothing, there's a deep well of influences of all types. Some of them are internal, memory and biology. Some of them are external, environment. Some of them are cosmic, like Kristen can tell you about all of the astrological influences. And then there's even deeper levels. But the thing is, we can barely manage that thin surface of conscious thought. I can't control my thoughts. Like, it goes deeper than that, right? So when we deal with an exercise like Tatwashudi, we're dealing with those deeper aspects of self. You mentioned purification. It goes into the purification of those deeper elements of internal, external, and cosmic. You can purify yourself to the point where internal, external, and cosmic influences begin to release their effects upon you. But there aren't very many ways to tap into those levels of yourself. Tatwashudi is one of those very few ways. Because we know that the subconscious mind operates on a symbolic language system, right? I mentioned that the matrix is language, right? So this surface level matrix of the conscious mind and the physical objective reality, language, the words that we use. But I mentioned that's only a thin layer because there's a deeper level in the language of the subconscious reality is symbolic and abstract. And the only way to communicate with that sublayer is symbols. So it really doesn't matter what I say to you. It matters what I show you. It matters what I symbolize to you. But again, that's the only way to purify self is by purifying at that deep level. But you don't see no fancy sigils and squiggles and shit. You see a square, a circle, a triangle, a moon, and a dot. That's as simple as you can get. No curves and squiggles and dots and all that other stuff. That's all conscious mind stuff. All that magic is conscious mind magic.
Yeah, what's that book called?
The process of inner purification.
Process of inner purification. That was true.
We started it this Sunday, Travis.
Thank you.
March the 30th.
This weekend?
March 30th. So the March 30th, the Sunday, it's just gonna be in 6 weeks. That's why we're doing the 6-week challenge, because it's gonna be a gap of time in between there.
Okay, so it's the 30th then. Okay.
Yeah. It's gonna be 6 weeks from now. Pretty much, I like to say the first Sunday of June, but it's the first Sunday just before June starts, like 2 days. My hope and dream is that people use this time to read the book and practice it. Awesome.
I just bought that book.
Nice. I'm going to be reading it for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th time. Because with these yogic books, you get something new each time you go through it. You really do.
That's awesome.
But yeah, even if you don't get involved with the focus challenge, which I really hope you do, because you can only help yourself. You're not hurting yourself by joining it. You can only
I'm-
help yourself. If you don't do that, at least I mean, honestly, if you're really, really interested in working with demons and these sigils and shit, you might want to write this down, Philip. But I would go to chapter 12 of Tatwashuti because that breaks down the whole science of working with spirits and sigils.
Okay.
Chapter 12 and 13, yeah, that's everything you need to know about summoning demons.
All
That's the
right.
whole. That chapter alone is why I invested all these books about mantras and shit like that. Because that book right there opened my eyes. Oh, this all came from India. Oh, Namah Shivaya.
Who was like first with this type of spirituality? Was it the people in India, or was it the Egyptians, or was it the Jews?
Well, it's my belief and understanding that human beings are an eternal thing. So there wasn't really a beginning, but the first place that we see it recorded
Yeah.
in totality will have to be this Vedic information.
Okay.
That's the first place that we've seen it recorded in its totality as a complete system that can still be used today. Now, there are fragments of earlier times. Fragments. You can't make a science out of fragments. Everything that I've researched about spirituality, I see it linked right back to this Vedic information. I ain't seen nothing new. Matter of fact, in Tatwashuti, there's an entity that you interact with during the ritual. Matter of fact, there's two entities that you summon. One
What?
at the end. Now that I think about it, look at him. They even give you a picture so you know what he looks like.
What? That's sweet.
Fire.
I didn't even know that. I'm excited to read this now.
Yeah. Amar said when he did the ritual the first time, he screamed. Not him, but that entity he's dealing with screamed in pain.
Is that Papalepa? Is a different name for Papalepa? It sounds like Papalepa.
Yeah, Papa Leg was a different entity. Okay. This is Papa Parutha. And it's your mission to kill him. So not only do you summon a demon, but you have to kill him.
Seriously?
I want to give away all the surprises in this book.
Okay.
Excuse me, do you have a twin? Om Namah Shivaya. You also get to meet her. Pranashak.
That's cool.
In a sea of blood red, her skin looks like the shining of the sun at sunset. She's very nice. When you meet her, then you start to reap some of those rewards.
Nice. I'm kind of excited to read this now. I didn't think that book was going to be about that. I thought it was going to be about like some like Kundalini shit or something, some yoga stuff.
This is pre-Kundalini. Really, you can't.
Okay.
It's difficult to access Kundalini without doing this first. I try not to give away too much of the stuff because I want it to be a surprise, but at the same time, it's some of the exciting stuff that makes people want to try it in the first place. But there's a lot to it. There's so much to it.
Yeah, that's true. When you read that book, you change your perspective of everything. I did actually. When Travis told me about the book, I purchased the book, and I'm gonna review that book again with Travis. When you're ready for those Sundays, I'm there because you need to read that book again and again and again.
Hell
I
yeah.
actually I wrote pages of notes on that book, and it's just like it's so much information. I don't know how to explain. Travis say it's everything in magic. The structure of magic is right there in that book. Yeah, it's true.
You
It's
could
true.
low key come up with a whole new magical system based off that book,
Yeah.
as has everyone else already done, right? Maybe in a different incarnation, that might have been my path.
The one that I touched, Travis, is the mantra book. The one that you told us to work on. Um,
Yeah, that's a good one. Yes, I'm glad you got that one because I know you like to really get technical with your
yeah,
studies. So that's a tech.
yeah. So right now I'm in like getting to chapter 5, getting closer to chapter 5, but I've been reading like the rules of the mantras and the mantras and Shaktis. Pretty much like chapters 1 through 4. I've been going through that, and it's pretty interesting how you can understand now the names of the classification of those mantras themselves, and like the page I didn't even have pages. Oh, pages 35. Like I'm looking at the Dharma mantras, Artha mantras, Kama mantras, Moksha mantras, Arogya mantras. I find it fascinating. I'm not confused anymore because they have so many mantras when you look at the YouTubers, monks and all that. Because I follow some of them too, and they start talking about mantras and their names. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? And yeah, and it's right there. Yeah, mantras and the three gunas, Shakti. Shakvik, Rahasik, Tamasic mantras. It's awesome. Yeah, it's it. It's awesome. So definitely it's something that I really do need to see, be honest with you, but I've been understanding the structure of the mantras themselves and how they work. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Understanding the structure helps you understand the underlying principle. You see that, Phil?
What?
How you've got 3 categories basically. I mean, doesn't this sound familiar? The Sattvic mantras are for liberation. They're for the well-being of all, the fulfillment of deeper soul wishes, gaining our real needs in life, like our legitimate needs of security, home, and family. Then you got Rajasic mantras, which are for the achievement of outer goals in life, like wealth, career, power, relationship, as if these are the highest aims to gain power and prestige for the ego. Then you got Tamasic mantras, which are to control, harm, or hypnotize others, or otherwise employing mantras in an ignorant or destructive manner. And isn't that the same 3 categories of magic?
What are the 3 categories of magic?
3
You
categories
got,
is
you
magic
got
is
magic.
what you have right now.
Yeah, you got magic to either reach enlightenment, you got magic to bring prosperity, and you got magic to hurt people or control
Okay,
people.
okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I think it was a bar from RZA. He said, "Man can reach enlightenment in many ways, but depending to which way he attains enlightenment is how long it lasts."
That's my pen, seriously.
Mantra yoga and finance.
Yeah, I've been definitely like I've been getting into the Vedic stuff. It's definitely mantras. I've been like I figured out my nakshatra, so and I definitely listen a lot. So I'm like I know I have like 6 meanings, so it's very confusing. So I'm still trying to get an understanding on it. But I do my moon nakshatra, and I try to listen to that like every day. So yeah,
Chakra.
yeah, like the mantra for it, Alicia. I have Alicia.
That's
My
Laisha.
moon. Yeah, I have a lot of like a moon.
Yet
And
another
then I think I have my Keach 2 in the 6th, and there was my Rahu in the was it 12th. It's interesting.
I wanted to share this one too. I went to a store. They call it Guru. My sister-in-law took me to this place, which is it's not really a guru, you know. We has the surname Guru. And I asked him about Ayurvedic medicine and Ayurvedic astrology and all this good stuff. So he's full aware of all this stuff. So he's telling me, are you kind of like a spiritist or something? I'm like, yes. He's like, well, he's like, I have, because I asked him about mantras, right? Because I wanted to have like that constant listening to mantras. So he showed me this one. It's this one right here. Can you guys see the name?
No.
No. Okay, maybe because
Connecting.
you see it? Or is it the light? Is it the light? That is too much light?
I think it's kind of blurry. All I see is connecting for that last one.
Okay, fine. I'll take a picture and then I'll send it.
Yes.
So it says yearning, connect, yearning, searching, connecting. It's a whole sequence of mantras that you can repeat. He said in Ayurvedics, they practice a lot these type of energies, right? So he understands everything about energies. So let me see, maybe this one can help you guys.
What does it say at the bottom there?
Hold on.
What does it say at the bottom there?
The bottom says, love light longest. Dedicate to the seekers of the light everywhere and the teachers that guide their path. So this one could be for you actually, because you lead us a lot. Let me just clean my mess in here. So is it that blurry? Seriously?
Yes.
That's terrible. Why is blurry? My camera is not dirty. What about this? Can you see the name of it? That's it. I'm gonna take a picture and I'll send it to you so you can put it on the chat. So anyway, so it is a whole collection of mantras that you can go in sequences. He say that the first thing for you to start, he's like, well, it's like a star. He's like, but he say that you can start by the yearning on the mantras. Once you learn the words, he's like, you can continue with the searching, and then you go with the connecting, which pretty much like when you connect with your own spirit, with your own self.
Mm-hmm.
And they call it Chandrika Tandon, the journey of the lyrics. So I will send it to you so you can, share up there somewhere so they can see it. And of course, it's a whole collection of mantras that as you don't know what it says, I give up. I'm like, what does it say? So he's like, it's really mantras, good mantras. I'm like, all right, but what did it say? I had no idea. Again, what can I say? But I gotta get used to and just learn the words and just repeat the words. Whatever it says, it says.
Hey Travis,
Hey.
what what was that book called by Robert? Hold on, Robert Svoboda. That you, yeah, that I like sent you a message calling him a madman because of something crazy he wrote about trying to enter like some like woman's husband or something. What was that book called?
Agora.
Lagora?
Do you see it on the screen?
Wait, hold on. Yes. Okay.
I would love to read this during my 6 weeks, but I've already got 7 that I'm trying to do. If I finish those, I'm gonna tackle this. But depending on how well shit, yeah. One of my goals is to create a system where I can dig through these books at a faster rate, so I can really keep up with everything and get the whole library. So maybe we'll do a book study and a break, a book study and a break, and a book study and a break. Now I've learned how to read and retain. So I want to keep that up so I can be the smartest man on the planet.
Good for you, Travis. Yes, you change when you read a lot. You change. You can change.
It's
A
true.
lot change. It does.
It's true.
Mm.
I mean, what I really want is to be able to identify so many different patterns that I can understand human nature and understand nature itself. That's all that this is a bunch of patterns. When you look at really successful people, these are people who stand apart from everyone else because they understand the patterns of their industry and they've mastered them.
Exactly.
You look at somebody like Tony Robbins. I don't know if you've ever watched any of his content or read any of his books, but this man understands patterns like you wouldn't believe. He's able to communicate to everyone with just a single line. I'm trying to get to that level. You know.
Yep. That's funny talking about patterns. It's something that I mean, I recognize about myself. I'm always seeing patterns and the things that I would think other people would see, but they don't, or how things connect or how things make sense based on the patterns and then the repeating of the information and how all that. And people are like, well, how'd you come up with that? I'm like, I don't know. It just makes sense to me. I guess something I used to tell people is you just got to learn how to see. You just got to learn how to see these things and how to think, I guess, the certain way. When people would say, oh, I can't draw like that. I'm like, yes, you can. And it's more about how you see things than what your hand is doing, really. First, train your eye and then work with the hand and see what's going on. Most people, you tell them to draw a table and they'll draw what looks like a staple. It'll be all flat. And they don't have the concept of, perspective, and they don't think that way. They don't know how to see.
Right. And you might have a natural talent to kind of draw things, but it isn't until you study the patterns of artists that you begin to gain expertise.
Yep.
Like, I could draw. But when I started patterns of, if you've ever taken a course, like they teach you pattern, okay, this is how you draw a hand, this is how you shade it, this is how you analyze what an object looks like in the replication. This is what all of learning is, studying the patterns of people who know how to do it better than you. That's what NLP is, modeling the mindset of other successful people.
I love it. It's the thing is it's so simplistic. It's so easy. And the funny thing is I was doing lots of it already, not religiously, but like I would, as a kid, I would do it at nighttime because I couldn't sleep. And I would think about the things I wanted, and I would picture this whole movie in detail of me. And so I was doing this as a kid, not knowing what it was, just trying to pass the time to go to sleep. Right. But these techniques, and when you realize, this is something, this is a real thing that can help, that makes things. And I always wondered, I'm like, man, how come every time I used to tell myself, man, everything I want comes true, because I make these movies up in my head. I didn't know what it was when I was a kid, Now it makes sense. I understand so much. And it's more than just people go, you can't just, it's not just you don't get what you imagine. And it's not about that. It's something, it's more. There's a science to it. There's something more than just thinking of something one time or wishful thinking. It's some so beyond that.
It's laws to it. And if you figure out the laws to it, you do it your way.
Yep.
Focus, repetitive focus with consistent action will get you the result.
Yes.
If you have yourself a goal and you focus on it consistently and you work towards it consistently, what's going to stop you? Who's going to stop you? You can't say, oh, the market isn't right, the economy isn't right, or no one's responding. No, it's not about anything external. If you've got your end goal clarified and you work at it consistently and you focus on it all the time, nothing will stop you. It cannot. The world changes.
True. That is true. My demon is telling me that when I get my paychecks, bitch, you can do better than that shit. That's what he tells me. Seriously. I hear, the black pullet. Remember, I was telling you guys about the black pullet, that I invoke the black pullet spirits, which is the demons. Every morning, I have a neighbor, and they have that kikiriki type of bird. I don't know how you call it. The kikiriki. What do you say, gallo?
It's a bird?
Gallo.
Rooster?
The one.
Rooster. Yeah.
Yeah, they call that kikiriki.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's black. He's a black dude. Okay, he goes in there and he sings every morning. And I always picture the black pullet because that's the symbol. And every morning, it's the same routine, right? And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? And I feel that it's actually the energy yelling at me and say, do better than that. Every time, do better than that.
Oh yeah, well, they make every morning, every sunrise, they crow. They do that to announce the sunrise.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. But the funny thing is that it's before I used to call the black pullet spirit. This bird was never singing at all. He was like,
wow, really?
After I called the black pullet, I got this one singing, and blocks away from my house for like an avenue, like before the avenue, there's another guy who has all the birds like that singing. So it's like two birds. And sometimes when I'm driving down there and I have like the red light, I can hear it. I'm like, it's like 3 p.m, dude. Like what? What do you want? It's just that telling you, like Travis is saying, like it's just that messages when you know you can do better. You can do better. Nothing can stop you. Nothing. Right now with the bullshit economy, the end of the world is coming. I'm still making better money right now. Actually, I start open my place and I'm getting better.
Same.
Right?
Doing really well.
Right. So it's like you have to trust yourself on that. And he's right on what he's saying, because I'm living it right now, to be honest with you. All the energies are telling me you can do better. It is just that thing in your head, like, do better, do better, do better. You know you can do better. You know the energies are there. You can do better. They talk to you and they won't stop you. And they won't stop until you get the message.
You're right about that. That whole thing that doesn't stop. No. Especially, this is something else that's been happening with my visualizations. When I first went vegan, this happened hardcore because I was doing raw vegan and I would only and I would only eat between a certain amount of time. So I would implement fasting. I started getting these intense downloads, or whatever you want to call them, of like inspiration. I would see artwork already completed that I needed to do. Or I would see, like when I was in my living room, I saw it decorated a completely different way. So and it wouldn't go away. I felt a nagging. It was like, you have to change your living room. You have to change your living room. It has to look like this. So I spent a whole weekend changing the living room and getting the new things and painting it and finishing the furniture and making it how I saw it in my head. And as soon as I finished it, the urge and the images went away. But then a new one came and it was like, okay, now you have to do this. You have to do this. Like these things were happening a lot then.
Yeah.
But now they're happening again. And I'm doing that right now with my workroom. I can't seem to, as soon as I get something done, then the next step keeps showing up, says, okay, now you have to do this. Now you have to get this done. No horsing around. Get that shit done. and it's like you can't stop. There's like this urge in you, almost like an obsession for me at least, until it gets done. And if it doesn't get done, I can't rest.
Mm-hmm.
That's the sound of the future telling you what it needs to be.
Yeah.
Done, right? Yes.
I know it too. I can feel it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting that as well. That's why I put together the 6-week challenge, because I personally need about 6 weeks to get some of this shit manifested. And I know that I'm not the only one. I don't know if it's Aries or spring energy or what the fuck ever, but this is a time for really creating for the summer.
Well, and the Pisces energy too has been really strong. So
something's coming for the summertime. I know it. And I have to have what I'm creating here to get there. Like, I'm creating a completely new stream of income, maybe 2 within these next 6 weeks.
Yes, same.
Wow. Stuff that, and it ain't even new shit. It's been in my possession for all this time. I just never took it seriously. So I'm taking a little bit of time off to really build this for myself, so I can continue moving where I want to go.
Yeah.
So we're all in the same boat, because I'm in the same boat, maybe with the different visualizations, but we are in the same path.
Yes. Absolutely. And that's so funny.
Better.
Oh shit. I almost fell.
Learning that books, they take you a certain length. Books are great, but you got to have a mentor if you really want to get there faster. So now I'm needing to take myself up under certain mentor. It's the mantras. That's what it is, man. It's the mantras.
It's the mantra.
I'm needing to put myself up under a mentor or two for what I want. So it's going to cost. So I'm going to need to make
exactly. That's the other thing that I was watching Gary Vee. Been watching him a lot lately, and they it directed me to another video, and it talked about making investments in yourself, and sometimes that means investing in a mentor or a teacher or someone who you know is where you want to be already. And so you're gonna invest, and you might say, oh, I can't afford it, oh, not right now. Then you don't really want it. You're not ready then. Otherwise you will find a way and get it. And even if it's not, maybe you can't afford the $10,000 astrology class, but there's other things out there that can step you in that direction. There's a way you can get it.
That's exactly what I mean when I say have that end goal and backtrack. So say there's how much you say it was?
$10,000.
Say there's a $10,000 astrology class, right? My next thought isn't
there is
shit, that's too expensive. My next, if I really want that thing, okay, how the step that has to happen before that is I have $10,000 to spend. What has to happen before that? Well, I need to be, I need to have channels for that money to come. Okay, well, how do I have those channels? And it's going to backtrack all the way to what I need to do today. All right, I need to have a new business to bring in this much money, and I need it by this amount of time. So what do I need to do? And I go research, and I go work my ass off, and I go get it done. I don't sit here and say, oh, that's too much, I can't do it.
No,
right. You got to make it happen.
Yes, exactly. You gotta fucking make it happen.
Come out of my mouth, it sounds easy, but what I've seen here from my own eyes is that there are ways to get what you want. You just have to put in the effort. Sometimes it comes to you if you just put in a little effort.
It's so true. And then there's stepping stones that, and they just start falling into your plate. When you want something and you're focused, that something also wants you. You're both pulling towards each other. It's only you who starts putting the blocks in front of it. No, I can't afford it. Oh, maybe next year. Oh, this. So you're putting those your own blocks.
Hell,
you really are.
You wanted it.
Yep.
It may have called you before you knew
exactly.
About it. But you're exactly.
If we all think, oh, I'm sorry.
We block ourselves.
Yeah, it's true. Because if we all think about something that we've done where we've wanted it so badly, and we're like, fuck it, I'm getting this no matter what, and you got it. It's the same thing. You just have to want that the same way.
Want it.
Just a question, because would that be Alicia in a sense? Like the Pearson aspect?
Would what be Aslacia?
Like how, like the drive, because I like the aspect that you brought it in, like the aspect of to want something to get it to, like,
Mm-hmm.
I had that happen to me in good and bad ways in certain times. Like I might want something really bad.
Yeah.
But as me being younger, you know what I mean? I'm a lot more mature now. When I was definitely younger, I did a lot of impulsive stuff.
Yeah.
But now looking back at it, I'm like, well, that's very interesting. Now,
Well, Mars has a lot to do with drive.
That's crazy. So I'm looking. That's crazy because I have what is it? The 7th house.
Mm-hmm. And that's where Mars is.
Yeah.
And what nakshatra?
How would I find it out?
Did you do your chart on Indastro?
I'm on far away at this moment. But
so you want to find where your Mars is on far away, and then look for the nakshatra that that it's in. Do you know how to do that?
Oh, I just hit it right. Okay, hold on. Bam. Well, I don't know how to pronounce that one. Ooh, that's a good one.
What are the words?
Miragachishi.
What is it? Mrigashira. Yeah. And that's where your Mars is in Gemini?
Mars.
Right. And that's in Gemini, Mrigashira in your 7th house?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and this was, you were talking about drive, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any Mars ruled nakshatras in your ascendant or your moon or your sun? Which one is, Aslesha is your what? Your moon?
No, actually, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, wow. It's very interesting. Alicia is my son. And moon is Pranavasu.
Okay. Aslesha is your sun. What's your moon?
Pranavasu.
Pranavasu. What's your ascendant?
What the hell? Javeta?
Jesha?
Yeah.
Jesha. Well,
Mercury.
Jesha specifically has a lot to do with drive and success and usually wealth. Jesha has a lot to do with seeding and expelling your energy, whether it's sexually, mostly sexually. And because of that, releasing a lot starts to seed things in the earth, which usually brings lots of material growth or material things. And these people usually are thin or thinner, not always, depends on what else is going on, but when they but usually it pulls a lot from the body. You're always giving away, expelling, as opposed to Rohini or Pusha, things like that, who are they're already the nourishment. So they're usually their body is more round and curvy because they are the nourishment, whereas Gesture is releasing all of its energy and losing energy so it can seed some nourishment and pull it in from the outside. So I mean, Gesture has a lot to do with drive and winning and getting the goal and hitting the nail on the head. People like Donald Trump is Gesture, and so is Charlie Sheen.
Makes sense a lot more.
Oh goodness.
Well, not their best, but
But because you're Scorpio ascendant, because that's your ascendant, which is Mars anyway. So that's a Mars and Mercury thing. So you've got Mars energy in your ascendant. So that's definitely why you would have drive, motivation, and skill and
yeah, it's my
like
Western chart too.
Yeah.
Interesting. Rahu and Ketu aspect, all the stuff too, is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just looking at it now. Because then I remember also you guys talking too, like, now what were you saying about like the degrees? Because I always said something on to 29th degree, you were saying?
Yeah, the degrees have to split up your padas. And it also splits up the nakshatras, but the degree points all make a difference too. So it's the degree. So like you've got your nakshatras and your padas, but then you've got your degree points, and certain degree points mean certain things. Like how we had 19 degrees in Taurus with Rahu and Mars recently, and that is a sign of war. So a degree of war.
What would the 29th degree mean?
It depends. It all depends. But the 29th degree usually means it's a powerful thing. You're usually wrapping up a lesson, and it's like very profound.
I remember saying that.
Yeah.
That's my
So
ascendant.
29, 0, and 1 degrees.
Yeah, my ascendant is 29th.
Yeah.
So I definitely understand how that means, like, expelling a lot of stuff out of my life. Like, I'm always a giver.
Yeah.
Like, even my job deals with. I'm a cook.
Oh, see, that makes sense. Mars on your
I
ascendant.
know. That's when you said it.
Yep.
Yeah, I love, and I like holistic cooking too. At that, that's my whole thing. I'm trying to get into.
That's right there. Even that session deals with poisons, but not just poisons. It deals with medicine, alternative medicines, alternative healings, and drugs, and tantra, kundalini. You know what's interesting? I was watching. Well, my son was watching The Circle on Netflix, the new one, and they had this guy who they called the hippie on there, and he was all smiley and laughing and talking about doing breath work. He was a breath worker and peace and love, man, and like he made people cry. He was really nice, right? And I realized he looked just like Owen Wilson, and he would even, like, wow, he'd say that a lot, just like he did. And I'm like, that dude's a swatty, 100%. Not only does he look like Owen Wilson and sound like him, he's talking about the breath work. And that's all about Swati. That's all Swati thing. So it was just so funny to me. And he was talking about illusions and all this stuff. I'm
Wow,
like,
that's Swati in my chart.
Yeah, Swat. This dude was deep in Swati. And I'm like, oh my God, I wish everybody in the group was here right now so I could show them what I mean when you can see it in people without a doubt who they are. It's just mind blowing.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to find like an outlet so I can look this stuff up and learn. Because I always had like an aspect in like just like learning this stuff. And I mean, I put my mind into so many aspects. I needed to just narrow it down. And that's why I like this these courts. This one, like this me has hit me. I'm like, yeah, I'm doing this. Like this with Travis saying, like this is like I think for my mind that's scattered all the time.
That's a Gemini. You got Purnavasu, you said?
Yeah, it's my moon.
Yeah. So there's like a stop it. I think with Mercury signs, specifically Gemini, where there's not they got their feet in lots of different things, and they get good at lots of different things, but they tend to not master things unless they can really get themselves passionate or they got other alignments helping them out. But they tend to they get really good, but because they get good, then they get bored, they move on to the next thing. boom, 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 boom. So they never get really masterful at something because they're on to the next thing already. That doesn't mean they can't, though. That's just got to be a decision that they make. Okay, I'm going to master this. But the thing is, with the Gemini, you make sure you got other things going on. So when you're bored, you can take a break and then come back to it.
Facts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now that's dope though, because that's very true. But like me being like who I am, I've learned that stuff about myself, like self-analyzation.
Yeah.
And that's why I like the whole like learning and stuff. Because when I read this, I'm like, damn. And then when I go back into like I don't know, like say like NLP and learning that stuff, like I'm like, well, I was like even my like growing up, like just going through my own studies, I've had like deep conversations with my friends about pretty much, I guess it was NLP, we was doing it to each other.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and now I learned it, and I'm like, well, damn, that's what I was doing. That's what we was doing the whole time in car rides and doing all this stuff. Talk about subjective, objective, and like, I'm like, wow. And it's just all coming back together like full circle.
Yeah.
With this Vedic stuff, like reading these books. Oh man, it's in it like Hecate was saying earlier. Like, it's just like I've like got off my studies and whatnot, but like just listen to this stuff is really put me back on my square and just like get into I'm like, yo, it's beautiful, yo. I'll tell you that much. Tell you that much, man.
Let's see those Doge. Wow, dude. He won it at 15. Got $5,000. Oh.
You know, just to be able to realize the mind is capable of all the stuff that we don't perceive already. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I used to do martial arts back when I was younger too. And I wish I remember. Yeah, Laura was talking about it too. And I was like, I had a connection with that. It was awesome. I always did it, and it's so funny. Like, oh God, Jesus. I don't like to say that, but it's just something I would say to keep it normal morality to other people. But when I never like got far in it, but like you're saying, like talk about self. I like talking about self. Self is always the beautiful thing to talk about. I can't really talk about anybody else besides myself.
Mm-hmm.
I like to understand that part. But when I was doing martial arts, I never like, I got far. I got like winning. I only got past my first white belt, and I stopped doing it because I didn't like. I was doing Tang Sudo. I studied under a grandmaster. He's like he studied under. He was friends with Chuck Norris. I'm from Jersey. You know what I mean?
Chuck Norris owned the school that I went to, and
yeah, I bet you he was the guy I'm talking about. Yeah, I bet you they was friends. Good friends. But I stopped doing it, and after that, I started self-training myself. Me and my friends, we were like always doing it and just learning. Like I always thought that was the most coolest part about me having my affinity for it, you know, and learning what the mind and body was capable of.
Yeah, this bitch copied. Sorry.
And then when you bring it to mantras and all the other stuff, it's a whole different practice, but my own body relates to it because it's like when I do the meditations and I do other stuff, I'm like, wow. It's the same thing where you tell yourself, it's the same thing where like I apply the same thing where I said earlier, where I said like it's like you apply disease in your body because you're thinking of a certain way and it affects your liver and this. But if you tell your body that you can do a certain thing, I was a white belt. I can do 540 kicks. Not to say like that, but I taught myself dedication, hard work, repetition.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing that we talk about, like where mantras where when you supply, I didn't get good at it in a day, but applying the subtle things to my daily, I used to like, subtle things. I didn't have a master teacher. I stopped going, but like learning the aspects of, I always thought that was wonderful. And I apply that to day-to-day living, because when you can take the small aspects in life and apply it, like the mantra, like it's just powerful. I'm just getting into it.
Yeah.
I just pick one. I'd be like, oh, what's this? And I read up on it and I get into it. I wait to one that sounds good to me. And it sounds good and it just rolls. It's the most crazy, yo. It's not crazy. It's just very interesting. I find that when our minds just go to that realm.
Yeah. Hell yeah, the dip's coming right now. Wait a minute. It went back up. That's not true.
Where do you reach that point where you've gotten the 10,000 repetition or the 100,000 repetitions? Then you're really going to start seeing the amazing results. That's when it starts to really incorporate itself within your particular pattern.
But even like eyes so deep, because I read up on my fall far away stuff. Even they say like getting to that point, you would like you would have to separate. Like even in my charts, I would have to move. I always wanted to move to a country. When I read that in my chart, I'm like, damn, that's on dot. I'm out. I already know I'm out. I don't like them. Like I just I'm not saying I've got to leave this country, but I need to get somewhere secluded so I can be in peace in nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How could you do 100 repetitions without having peace? That's where you said it's in Tibetan tradition. The Tibetan monks, they're in the mountains. That's absolute peace.
And also that's
living a lifestyle is really hard to like.
Just keeping in mind also that this is accumulative. So when I say 100,000 repetitions, I don't mean all in one sitting. Just over time. But still, the effects that begin to happen after including this as a part of your daily, hourly routine. I can see what it's done for me so far. And that is to help clear away a lot of useless loops, a lot of useless data.
Oh, that's how they do it. Let's see.
I think we're reaching this point here where we're going to go ahead and conclude it for this evening. Is there anything that anybody wanted to bring up before we go?
Nope.
All right. Well, certainly, you know, please stay focused. Please stay focused. Consistent focus and consistent action.
I can't hear you. Someone's making noise. There we go.
I said stay focused. Consistent focus and consistent action is what makes it happen. Consistent focus and consistent action is what makes it happen.
Make a t-shirt like that.
Shit, I might have to write that down. Consistent focus
You should.
is what makes it happen.
Oh yeah.
Where's my pen at?
Consistent action is what makes it happen. I love it. I want a shirt like that. I want your merch.
Yeah, I gotta start making merch.
For real, for real, for real. That'll be fantastic. That ain't got a thing to do with Jesus. You gotta have one of those too.
That ain't got a damn thing to do with Jesus.
I love that.
Okay. So yeah, just so everybody knows what page we're on, in case you don't know, because man, I've been trying to repeat this stuff, because I know some people don't remember anything until they hear it 12 times. The next book study that we're doing is Taught with Shooty. You can't say that you have watched any of these streams and have not heard of this book. You can't say that, because I mention it every single stream 12 times. So Taught with Shooty is the next book study, and guess what? It's happening in May the 30th. May the 30th. That's the last Sunday in May. That's the first Sunday of June. May the 30th is when we dive into it. So between now and then, guess how many weeks it is? Anybody?
4. No,
6
6 weeks. Yeah, 6 weeks.
Until that happens. So guess what we're going to do in the meantime?
Read it, study. Oh no, you're doing your challenge. Your challenge.
All those things are correct answers. Reading, study, 6 weeks challenge, right? So what is the 6 week challenge? The 6 week challenge is pick 2 books that you want to finish. At least I'm going for 7, just because I'm an overachiever when it comes to this shit, right? Pick 2 books that you want to finish. Pick 2 topics that you want to dig into. Now, here's a little secret. If your 2 topics line up with the 2 books, you're going to go even further. My 2 topics line up with my books: entrepreneurship, business psychology, customer psychology, that kind of thing. Choose 2 books you want to finish. Choose 2 topics you want to get into. And here's the best one for you. Here's the best one for you, because this is going to change your life. All right. I'm not just arbitrarily saying shit to keep busy with. The last 2 things are clarify 2 goals, 2 long-term goals that you want to accomplish. When I say clarify them, I mean do exactly what Kristen said. Visualize what you're like when you're there. What's it look like? What are you wearing? What's it smell like? What you eating as lunch, breakfast, dinner every day? In mine, I'm eating all raw vegetable diet, right? Raw fruits and vegetables. I'm eating my fridge is filled with peaches, mangoes, kiwi, strawberries, blueberries. This is what I'm eating every day, right? I'm juicing it up, right? And I get back to my studies because I got time to sit down and eat. Every now and then I'm gonna cook something nice. But anyways, visualize your long-term goal for yourself, whether it's health, whether it's your wealth, or whether it's your relationships. Visualize what you want clearly, perfectly tangible, where you can touch it, taste it, feel it, smell it, right? Keep your mind out of the gutter.
That's that one song by Busta Rhymes.
Oh yeah.
Taste it, smell it.
Test it.
Yeah.
Yo, my goal, man, it's already in the game. It's magic, man. I gotta heat magic. I have to heat magic. Like I'm a magic dude. I don't know what it's gonna take, man, but it's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen soon. So get your 2 books ready. Get your 2 goals that you want to accomplish and clarify those bad. Those are 2 books. Awesome. Those are both great books. I love those 2. I might have to go over that brown one again myself. But get your 2 books. Get your 2 topics that you want to dig into. Get your 2 goals clarified. And not only clarify them, but I need you to walk backwards in time, right? Walk backwards in time to see just how you got there. The average customer, they find the trail and it leads them along to a product and they purchase it. So we don't think about it. But the average entrepreneur thinks the other way around. We see the product and we backtrack the trail that you have to take to purchase it. So think like an entrepreneur, think like a businessman. Your end goal is your product. Now walk backwards in how you go from where it is completely finished.
Yep.
Where you are today. Flesh it out. That's what we're gonna be doing these next 6 weeks. So when we come out of the 6 weeks, we come out of this 6 weeks, you should have 2 goals and know how to get there. I didn't say get there yet, but you should know how to get to your goals. You should have 2 books finished where you can sit back and be proud, just like, yeah, I read them 2 books. They've been sitting on my shelf for months, but I finally finished them. right? I did it. I can do this. I can read books. I can finish books in a few weeks. I can do this, because some people don't know they can do that, right? You'll have that done. You'll have the confidence, right? And you will have a method of study now. Now you will know, okay, this is what I got to do to sit down and study. I block out 2 hours a day. I block out 8 hours on a Sunday, right? Or a Monday. But you're able to have consistency with your action. Consistent focus and consistent action is what makes it happen. Thank you, Kristen. That's my new slogan.
Oh yeah,
Consistent action is what makes it happen.
I love it.
So look, y'all, this is what we're gonna be doing. Don't slack, don't sleep on it. Don't tell me what we doing. I don't know what we doing. What's going on? Oh, you just didn't do the book studies. I'm lost. What to do? No, you know what to do now. Get the books done, get your goals accomplished, so that 2021 will be your best year yet. You're gonna have your shit together. You're gonna have your money made, right? Those of you who are trying to be internet people, you can study that. Get your YouTube up, get your Instagram up, get your TikTok up. There's ways to do all this. Whatever you want to do, it's out there. You just got to get up there and find it. Get off your ass. What do you have to let go of? You got to cut down on Xbox time. Yes. Do you got to cut down on Pornhub time? Yes. Cut down on, if your goals deal with your weight, do you got to cut down on the bullshit that you're eating? Yes. Now's the time. Now's the time.
Now was the time. The hour.
Learn this yoga shit. If you know what a nakshatra is, you can do it.
Yep.
None of y'all are stupid. None of y'all are muggles or zombies. Y'all are intelligent enough to get this shit. Y'all are intelligent enough to go further than you've ever gone before. You're intelligent enough because you're here, interested in this complex subject matter, and you're doing it. You're incorporating it into your life. So I know you're smart enough. I know you're able enough and capable enough. Nothing stops you. Nothing stops you but your thoughts. If you have a conflict or a challenge or a problem, figure out how to go around it or go through it. There's always a way. I'm telling you, there's always a way. The matrix is the language you use in your own head. Oh, it's too hard. No, use new language. Oh, if only they weren't doing this. No, use new language. Yeah. Put the power in your hands. What can you do? Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Confidence.
Let's make it happen, y'all.
Let's make it happen.
Next Sunday, you're probably going to sit around watching me read if you tune in. That might be what I'm doing for these next Sundays, is studying.
Okay, so you're going to have a Sunday group?
It might just be me studying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It might just be study time. I don't know. But this will definitely be a break so we can all recharge and breathe.
Yeah.
And, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, when you have, oh my God. I remember when I went to Vipassana, which is like this meditation retreat for 10 days. Probably the best sex I had was when I came back, because we were separated for so long. And goodness gracious. So with the same concept, with us having this break, when we come back, everyone's going to be juiced and amped with so much accomplishment and confidence and everything like that it's going to be better than sex.
Yep. Makeup sex, whatever you want to call it.
Right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So every time I think about this, I get excited. I'm excited now. Like, I'm not going to go fuck around. I'm about to get back to work. I got money to make, a business to build, and books to read.
Yay.
This is the time. Seriously, this is the time. Energies are telling. Energies are like, giggity.
Yeah,
she said giggity. Oh my God.
It's like so serious, man. I'm like, chill out, dude. I get it. I got the message. I'm moving, man. I'm moving.
Like, I got the tea kettle upstairs going off, so my roommate's probably pissed at me again. She'll be okay. But I want to say this. In parting. I love you guys. I believe in you guys. I know you can do it. You guys motivate me every single day. I've done so much more since having this group than before, because now I have people to work with. I have people who kind of, look at me in a certain way that keeps me inspired to keep going. So I appreciate you guys.
We appreciate you.
That's for sure. We do. We appreciate you too. Seriously.
Yes. Namaste.
Namaste, my friends. See you Thursday.
See me Sunday reading books.
Night, guys.
Good night.
All right, y'all. This is TK Trav. aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. Peace. Oh my goodness.